Making sure. Oh, there we go. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Team Jacked podcast. I am your host, Remy McNeil, and joining me, as always, is the wonderful Twilight Guardian.
Hello.
Unfortunately, our other lead co-host, young Kaiser, had a thing to go to tonight. He got like kidnapped by his school or something like that. So and he was very miffed about it because they told him last minute. So it very understandably he couldn't make it tonight. I wish we had known ahead of time, but them's the breaks when it comes down to just about anything in life. Sometimes last minute things happen. Unfortunate. Thankfully, we still have our guest co-host here, which is IKnowNothing.
Hello, everybody.
I'm going to slightly adjust you a little bit so you can get your book a little more in frame. There we go.
Yeah, why is he so big?
Yeah, I was because like I don't have a Kaiser, and I'm trying to make sure everyone is nice and proportional to each other, and that we have more space.
Well, I should say that my book, you can get it on Amazon whenever. I got a shelf for myself. I've been told that I need to do that more. It's not that big of a book. It's a nice, workable 300 pages.
It's longer than The Artificer.
Well, yeah, but
I was gonna
say The Artificer is not very long.
No, that's what I'm saying though. Is that like it's a nice meaty book compared to what I produce, which is typically shorter fare.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah, isn't The Artificer a novella?
It's long enough to qualify as a novel. It's just on the much shorter end of that qualifier.
More you know.
I would qualify it much more towards like it's a light novel.
Oh no! Don't do that.
Yeah.
Don't make.
Well, no, I think that's fine. I think that's fine. Look, I might get picked up for an anime one day. Who knows? We'll see. I can only hope. Teddy Bear Paladin with our first super chat. Elegant Doll. The mean cub once held the love of a naive but kind cub. Action girl figure. She dumped him. Her loss. Funko Bear. A bit blunt. Teddy Bear Paladin. Worst of all, she sided with the unicorn oppressors. Funko Bear. Brother, not again!
The oppressors!
I love how, like, we're spinning into this subplot where Teddy Bear Paladin is obsessed with, like, unicorns, and, like, half of it is treated very seriously, like there is going to be a war between the teddy bears and the unicorns. But like in reality, it's like it's the Teddy Bear Paladin just talking, and Funko Bear's like, God damn it, brother, please, we're having a serious conversation here. That's super adorable.
It's great.
It is. I love it.
So yes, I'm gonna let people just come on in a little bit. Today we are covering Unicorns of Balinor. I don't think we have any newbies here. I
don't think so.
We only have like 15 viewers according to Streamlabs. Now that could be different on the YouTube count if I actually look at it. YouTube count, anything different? We have 18. Okay. Wow, a big difference. So I imagine you're all somewhat familiar with what has happened thus far. Anyone that is new, welcome. Unicorns of Balinor is an interesting book series, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
It is filled with a lot of... It's bollocks. It's filled with a lot of bollocks. I'm not gonna... I was gonna try and be tactful. It doesn't deserve being tactful. This is a poorly written book series, man.
Oh yeah.
It's I'm trying to find the best comparison series because like it's unique in its badness, honestly, I feel.
It like for me, it reminds me a lot of like a terrible version of Del Toro Quest. That's what my brain keeps coming back to because I think that's like the multi-book series that was very light and digestible for readers, but also featured a bit of like dark fantasy in there, a little bit of the like it had like fun fantasy, but also then some dark fantasy elements in it. So it's like, it kind of rings to me very similar to that. Came out approximately like around the same time. I want to say within a 10-year span of each other. So they're somewhat contemporaries, and it just like it feels like it fits. It's just like Del Toro Quest is just better written, way better written.
Well, yeah, most things are way better written.
I don't know if I want to go that far. There's a lot of fan fiction out there.
Oh, if we're adding that in, of course not.
Well, I look, you got to qualify. You said most things. I mean, like, are we including instruction manuals? I am I'm being very pedantic right now. As I should be.
Indeed.
Also, is Kaiser
That
in
we
his
shall.
chamber charging? No, unfortunately, he's out fighting the Maverick Menace. An emergency cropped up. He had to go take care of it.
Yes, yes. Okay. First of all, happy birthday to Miles. I saw that right above
Yes.
the super chat from Teddy Bear Paladin.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
I'm
happy
good, bro.
birthday!
And Dakota Miller says, before we begin, I wanted to ask you, I'm roughing an unhentai fanfic? What is that?
He described this to me. Or she, or I don't know if Dakota's a guy or a girl. It doesn't matter. I probably actually made the same. I didn't know if guy or girl back into the stream to talk about this during my Signalis stream last week. Which, by the way, that my Signalis stream this week would be on Thursday. It turns out all these different schedules got shuffled around. I'm doing Thursdays this week for streaming games. But like during the last Signalis stream, Dakota mentioned there was this hentai they watched that had an intriguing premise to them, and they're trying to now do a better written rendition of it, basically a fixing for it, which I wholly encourage. Like, I mean, I obviously hentai does not have the best of writing, but if you find a spark or something in anything you're watching, even if it is, pornographic in nature, it contributes towards the nature of art. You can find inspiration in any place. So that's what Dakota Miller is talking about. What?
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't sure if it was like they meant like take the hentai part out of it, or like just actually fixing it.
Yeah, so
I wasn't sure what that meant.
So the premise, if I'm trying to remember, because I looked at it briefly after the stream just because I was curious. The premise is, and I didn't. It was like I would remember it more if it appealed to me, but it really didn't ultimately. But the premise was like a girl who was self-conscious about her body goes to sleep, wakes up one day, and it turns out that her body has been basically completely upgraded. What it turns out is that an alien. It's actually kind of similar to Birdie the Mighty, which where an alien ended up accidentally, I think, killing her and decided to do her a solid. And when they resurrected her, upgraded her. But there was sort of a double-edged sword, or I guess an underlying ulterior motive to it, is that this alien also wanted to study the human sexuality, so they can actually like possess her at times and make her do things to like attract mates and study human mating rituals. Like that's like the underlying hentai of the story. Which there are some interesting elements at play there. I wasn't the most engrossed by it, but obviously Dakota found something in it, and you know what? I'm all for. They wanted to explore like the psychology of the character and how they would interact with that element of like losing control of their body and kind of stuff. I'm intrigued to hear how they go down that route. I do recommend Birdie the Mighty, excellent series. Clarification: Birdie the Mighty Decode, excellent series. The original Birdie the Mighty, kind of a mess.
Yeah. When it comes to making flawed characters, like I think that you would have to try really hard in order to make a character a complete monster. I'm going to assume that what you mean by that is like the alien, you don't want to make the alien the complete monster. I would just say then have the alien maybe either already have an understanding of like consent and all of that, and not taking over her body and making her do sexual things with people that she might not want to do, or have her explain that she wants to keep her decisions and her body to herself, and the alien is just the observer, and then the alien understands that, and then maybe encourages her to be more outgoing, to push her in the right direction. Maybe the alien even studies in order to make it so that the girl will be more successful with her dating life and whatever. Things like that. Along the way, learn more about just humanity in general, because it's like, oh, I have to actually do research now. How do I even begin to do that? How do I make this experiment successful? And then maybe it does a deep dive and whatever and finds itself very intrigued.
I'll read it.
Yeah.
I mean, I was gonna say, like, I mentioned this on stream as well. Like, I find pornographic material gets a bad rap, very justifiably in many circumstances. I'm not denying that, but there's a lot of pornographic content that also serves a purpose and actually explores a lot of interesting themes. You can actually get a surprising amount of depth out of hentai, and or more accurately, what I'm talking about here, because I'm going to be doing a video covering it, or maybe even a series of videos covering it, are some visual novel type circumstances that actually take a lot of time to develop characters and have arcs and stories and integrate that stuff into the plot line. So I found it interesting that reaching out and asking about that. So, and I always encourage, look for inspiration everywhere. Like, even if you think that something isn't well done, even if you find a hentai that's doing something just awful, like, there might be something in there like, okay, you know what? That's bad, but maybe you can do it right. And that's the kind of impulse I want to encourage on the channel. I think it was the Alan Moore video that was shared here a little bit ago, wasn't it? I don't normally agree with Alan Moore. I think he's actually kind of a nut job, but he's right in this circumstance. Read and consume bad media, because then it will encourage you to create the good.
Yes.
100% correct.
And that is exactly why we are reading Unicorns of Balinor.
Unicorns of Balinor.
To add to my own thing for that, both the quote-unquote hentai and did something bad, Fate was unironically the basis for a good chunk of stuff for Caliburn. Like, I really liked a good chunk of stuff that the writer does. Yeah, I really like a good chunk of stuff that he does, like, for world-building ideas. Execution is something to be desired, but obviously it's a good idea, so why not put your spin on it?
Josh, yes. Going the opposite direction, how are you liking Arcane so far? So far, phenomenal. There are things that I'm worried might not hold up under scrutiny, but I haven't had time to really dig into them. And it might, I mean, depending how things play out in the story, it could wind up awesome or terrible. I don't know. Like, there's a lot of different directions for it to go. So far, I'm enjoying the hell out of it. And if you want to see what it looks like, my reactions with Fat Man for all 3 of the first episodes are already up on my Patreon for $1 or more.
Nice.
And with that, you also get other bonuses, like accessing the Tundra Discord server, where me, Fatman Falling, Twilight Guardian here, Kaiser Shonen, IKnowNothing, a bunch of other people around the channel. We're regularly on there hanging out and talking with you guys. So you get that, you get the exclusive reactions that are uncut, uncensored, the full audio, everything. So you don't have to read the stupid subtitles that are cut off by my censor bar, and you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait for the other 2 episodes, which I was trying to get edited, at least the second one done by today, but then we had to take the cat to the vet because she's asthmatic now and having problems.
Oh boy.
So like that kind of delayed me. Hopefully that'll be up tomorrow, and then I'll probably have the last one up on Friday, which kind of space all that stuff out. Anyway, just keep that all in mind. All that stuff is currently available right now on the Patreon, just for $1 or more. And that'll give you, of course, the in-depth thoughts. And of course, I think at the end of the series season, we're going to do probably a full stream talking about it to some extent.
Yes,
which would probably, like, I mean, considering our record, we'll have 2 streams for this Unicorn of Balinor, and then they'll be the end of Arcane, so we can discuss it like literally in the immediate aftermath of the series.
Hell yeah. The only worry that I have for Arcane's writing overall is a simple fact that it is overall a prequel to the fact. So like the champion characters have mountains of plot armor, obviously. So how they deal with that is going to be a question.
I don't think they do. I really don't think they do.
Oh,
Because the lore, they're actually changing the lore of League of Legends to the lore of Arcane. Like Arcane has
neat.
you do not hear about that. That's huge. I mean, Game Theory even covered it. Or
I know
Film Theory,
nothing about first off, joke
Ironically.
aside. I know nothing about the game and everything else like that. I only know Arcane.
So Arcane basically came in and everyone was like, "This is amazing. Let's just convert all of our lore to this now," which messes some people's like favorite parts of the previous lore that was like had multiversal aspects to it or that kind of stuff. There's a whole thing going on with the fandom, whether or not they like the change or not. But like overall, like Arcane is proving so popular, and I don't think they will hold back from killing characters. I very much believe that they are willing to take out the champions. I think by the end of the series, like I don't think it's any surprise if I predict I think Jinx isn't making it out of season 2. I'm pretty confident Jinx is at the end of her rope. Vi might be at the end of her rope. Depending how they play things, Jace might be at the end of his rope. I don't know. I'm almost pretty sure Victor's not going to make it out of this. Singe
Well,
probably
not
not.
as well. I doubt Victor is making it out as Victor.
You need to see the new episodes. He actually might be making it out as the second coming, but that's another story.
Cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, I'm loving season 2. Just I'm cautiously optimistic about where the story is going from here. We currently, me and Twy were breaking it down just in chat the other day. There's like 10 factions currently like all at play simultaneously, all with their own drives, goals, and motive. Like it's an incredible a balancing act. They're doing it so well right now, but there's always time to slip. So just
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite literally going to be ending the stream and watching it.
all right. So
when it comes to me, I actually it's one of those series that I find hard to really speculate and talk about. I need to kind of just see where it goes, I have to be in the moment for it.
Yeah, I can get that. I've tried. What I love is watching the speculation and being part of the speculation too, and then being proven absolutely fucking wrong because it's like, oh, those are other dots over here that were connecting, not the ones that we were. Like I saw Cal and Hunter. Their reaction I just watched today for episode 3, and they're running with the idea that there's going to be time travel involved, and I'm just like, I don't think that's going to be a play at all. Because they're like theorizing that the wizard guy that Jace meets in season 1 might have come from this season of Arcane, and I'm like, I don't.
Oh, you mean Rise?
Yeah, it's like I'm pretty sure that's confirmed. Rise, a unique character, not someone that we've met in the main show. So
I mean, he comes in.
So they think.
Sorry.
So they think that they're gonna do the find me in the future kind of thing.
Something like that, like a cyclical timeline type deal. I don't know why they would do that, though. I don't know what that would serve the purpose of.
I mean, he shows up wielding a staff, using runes. He casts Realm Warp. It's probably Rise.
Yeah, it's so like I am more of the opinion that what we're seeing that is making them think that is more history repeating itself, which I think is a much stronger theme to the entire narrative that Heimerdinger set up about the nature of magic. And it's like,
oh yeah,
magic will always lead to these catastrophic circumstances, and I think that's what we're building to.
Well, yeah, because he saw the Rune War.
Yeah. So anyway, we have 2 super chats. Teddy Bear Paladin, Plush Unicorn, new character, Plush Unicorn. It's only natural the simple-minded bears would revolt against our utopia. Elegant Doll, you've insulted my gentle plush. This is war. Funko Bear, this feels petty. Action Girl figure, Kicker Plush. Oh god, it's so good.
Oh, I love it so much.
Izanagi, yeah, Fate is a mess, a fun mess, but still a mess.
Indeed.
And meanwhile, Isa, I do not trust a single word you say in that sentence.
Oh wow. Okay.
You are so fate fate pilled.
Fate pilled.
Fate build.
I had a different phrase in mind, but I couldn't think of it.
Oh,
That's
the
fired.
same thing at the same time, though. That's great.
Yeah, that I fully believe that like you have like I fully believe there's two Isas. There's two Isas. There's the one that is unabashedly the fate defender and like complete lover, and then the Isa that doesn't want to be seen as critically incompetent. So you hate on fate because you know that there's something bad there, or you know that everyone else thinks there's something bad there. Fate rot. That's what I was gonna say. Fate rot. That's what I was looking for.
In the
Inside
Discord,
you, there are two wolves.
No, in the Discord there are two Isas.
Inside you, there are two wolves. One is named Toby. The other is named Toby. Both wolves are named Toby.
My favorite version of that meme is still inside you. There are two wolves. Holy shit! How'd that happen?
What I love is that there's a version of it. It's like different interpretations of inside you. There are two wolves, and it's like it has that rendition. It has like a blurred out furry rendition. It's just like we're not showing this. Yeah, one is, of course, the spiritual sense. One, of course, is like, how did they get in there?
What happened? How did this happen?
Really, fate rot? I'm not surprised, but seriously, then again, I am trying to be more critical about what I like. Yeah. Look, we're teasing you, Isa. We're just
I was gonna
fun.
see. Don't worry, man. It's just it's friends throwing shit at one another. No worries. I've been called Arthurian rotted before, so don't worry about it.
So, I think that's enough prelude. We can start getting into the meat of the stream.
Indeed.
Yes.
The book with my favorite title, actually.
Yeah, it actually is a very good title. It's too bad that the book is kind of a mixed bag.
Yeah.
Is that an improvement upon prior books at this rate? Celtic's meaty stream. Never utter those words in sequence ever again.
So I just want to say this. For your meaty stream, Celtic, how rare is the meat? Do you want it? Do you want the meat given to you, and do you want to give it to you raw?
Oh.
I've had to rewatch Rings of Power to help a friend out, man. I'm inflicting this suffering on everybody.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, you'll have to pass on Glug's ladle.
Oh no, they made it worse.
Celtic's raw meaty stream.
I am hearing that in the voice of Big
Krabs.
Meaty Claw.
Yeah, big meaty claws.
Wait,
So,
Isa, how did you get? If it's ABO crap again, I don't want to know. Where did you get that from?
What?
Was that from
Yeah,
the
where'd
was that
that
from the
come
two
from?
wolves inside you joke? Was
the
that
two
it?
furries, maybe? Is that the joke? Where it came
Also,
from? I
Kelpie
have
has a
no
Santa
idea.
hat. Guess we're getting an immortal Thanksgiving turkey this year. I am not going to dress up as a turkey. That's just encouraging bad behavior. You don't want to taste Phoenix meat. Just putting that out there. It's a little spicy, just a little bit. Also, you know what? Got eaten one time for Thanksgiving dinner. I reformed inside of them after combusting. That it didn't work out well. I'm still cleaning out the gunk from under my nails.
I want to actually use that.
You have nails?
Well, my claws. Talons.
Are they
That's
considered?
not the same thing as nails.
Yeah, he's
similar
right, they're
enough.
Oh, so you're allowed to be a pedantic little shit, but when we get pedantic on you, too similar.
Exactly. It's my channel. I'm allowed to do that.
What hypocrisy on your big meaty stream?
You have no power here.
I already did the turkey bit in my Lily video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Critter was eating you.
Okay, let's talk less about my inconsistencies and talk more about the book's inconsistencies.
Wait,
Fantastic.
Josh said
Yes.
half a league, half a league, half a league onward, all in the Valley of Fear, road to 600. I don't get that. If that was a reference, I don't get it. But
Oh no,
I
is
would-
that oh, is that
Yeah.
though it's the cannons to the left of them, cannons to the right of them.
Here I
Oh,
am, stuck in the middle of you.
no. Oh, what is? Let me look this up briefly. Um, cannons to the left, cannons to the right. I'm trying to think of what poem it is. The Charge of the Light Brigade. That's what I'm thinking of.
oh,
Half a league, half a league, half a league onward, all in the Valley of Death, road the 600. Forward the Light Brigade, charge for the guns, he said. Into the Valley of Death, road the 600. It's a really beautiful poem. And I only recognized that because there is a beautiful moment in Star Trek DS9 where Miles O'Brien, before they have to go charge into battle and potentially all die, he recites the poem to the people around him. And it's like this sombering moment of like, we're probably not making it out of this, but by God, are we going down swinging? It's a great moment of television.
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Cole
That does
Meany,
sound
man.
nice.
That man has a great performance.
Cool. Last time I ever
So-
touched a poem was Augurs of Innocence.
I wish that I could write poetry, but I never did, so I never got good at it, so I probably very suck.
Right
A
there with
lot.
you.
Anyway, brief look at the cover of this book that we've been staring at for like half an hour. Again, just like all the other ones, no idea who these two are. Random ass white unicorns. It's actually the nicest cover that we've seen so far.
It is.
Like, it doesn't look... Yeah.
They cheated a little bit because there's nothing else on here other than flat plains.
Yeah.
Like there's no obviously ugly trees, and these unicorn models are at least, I don't know if they're models or they're painted on. They look like they work.
Yeah, they have a pastel feel to them for the most part.
It does remind me of the horse on the beach meme, though. Man.
Just man. Somber music plays in the background. Guts theme.mp4.
Whoa.
Thank you.
you.
It is a far cry from this beautiful and kind of foreboding
That goes pretty
cover,
hard.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
So I'm a sucker for like silhouetted imagery in a lot of fantasy because you can
Yes.
do so much with it.
Silhouettes are. I mean, remember when Ruby actually decided to use silhouettes at the end of season 7 when they killed Clover and everyone lost their fucking minds?
Mm-hmm.
And I was just sitting there,
Yeah.
I'm like, that's really nice for Ruby. It's actually like the more I looked at that scene, I'm like, it's actually not all that nice. They really tried, but like it's visually not all that great.
It's one of those things, and I feel weird saying this to people who probably put their heart and soul into it. Like, you kind of just want to give them like a pat in the head of like, good job, you tried.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh no, I'm being compared to Monica in chat.
Wait, Monica?
Joined the Twilight Guardian literature club.
Oh! I'm trying to think of which. I think. I don't know. Actually, I don't know which girl you would better fit. Monica's probably the closest. You don't quite line it to any of them particularly.
No, I
I
I'm
guess
not
like
other
some
girls.
I was gonna say like some fusion of like Monica and Yuri maybe.
Whoops.
I could kind of see that.
I mean, she's terrifying to me, so she fits Monica pretty easily.
You're not terrified of Yuri too? The woman who will just draw a knife at you in the last minute because she finds blood amusing.
Is it sad to say that I know weirder people?
Look, I was gonna say, if you're into it, just admit it. Like,
No
that's how
comment.
you let off. Like, the way you let off, I'm like, okay. Like I was waiting for okay, hear me out.
I cannot defend that at all.
And honestly, I wouldn't want you to. I wouldn't want you to. I completely understand, my man.
Don't worry, we'll talk
All
later.
right. So we're starting. Oop, why is that loading like that?
I don't know.
You were working fine before. What is going on?
You spin me right around, baby, right around, like a record, baby, right around,
Right around, baby.
You spin me right around,
Right
There we
baby,
go.
right
baby,
around,
right
like a
around.
loading bar, baby, right round, round.
Okay, so just like the other two books before, we start the book in the Celestial Valley with Atlanta.
Yay!
And she's going to the Cave of Numenor, the Golden One, because she has grave news for him, and her steps were slow.
Ooh. But what's this
Also-
grave news?
I was gonna say, like,
I know,
last book
right?
ended on a, oh, yeah, fuck yeah, Sun Chasers back at full power, let's go kick ass moment.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing that comes in the start of this book. Like, you start out with Horse Jesus back at full power, and you don't have the next moment effectively be, okay guys, I'm here to show off this character that I've built up to for like the 2 books now. And I say built up in air quotes, but like, come on.
Oh no, are they pulling a Last Jedi?
Oh no.
We won the end of it, and now we're on our back legs. What?
Nani?
So, do you remember in like the first book where Ariana had to like convince Chase to go into the scary cave because horses do not like caves?
Also, yes.
Numenor just has a cave that he just goes to feud in.
Well, Twi,
you have
he's
to
not
just-
like other horses.
Yeah, he's
Mostly
doing his
because he's
best
a unicorn.
he's doing his best Mufasa impression by, I don't know, going into a cave and not being a good dad.
So, again, we gotta reiterate, because half of this book is just retelling you. Half of all of the books is just retelling you events that happened in the previous books.
Which is really impressive from the first book, because like there wasn't any book to recap. So
Exactly.
I know.
But
She was
last
the
time,
dream speaker, the Lady of the Moon, counselor to the unicorn herd of the Celestial Valley. Her name just keeps getting longer.
I counselor. It's like, yes, I set your appointment up for 3 p.m. tomorrow. When you come back, we'll talk about your feelings about your mother and your siblings. We'll talk about that and how they bullied you as a child. It's just like, thanks, Atlanta.
Yeah, she's a great counselor when the majority of the herd are afraid of her. Remember when that was said?
yeah.
Oh
Also,
God,
throwing
yeah.
this out there, if she was a counselor and she like is counseling people, how do the unicorns like lay on their backs on the like red sofa, like the comfortable couch? Like how do they do that? Like, I'm just trying to think.
No,
Like,
they can do that. It looks hilarious.
yeah, exactly. There's the hooves are just all pointing upwards. Because like it all started when I was born.
So I added this as a separate point. The silver-white radiance was hers alone. The light of neither sun nor moon ever changed it.
First question, what? Second, the fuck?
Silver white radiance was hers alone, so she's the only silver white unicorn, I guess. And
No.
But she's violet.
apparently
Exactly.
not. The light of neither sun nor moon ever changed it. But light doesn't change other light.
Uh,
Ah! How? We're not even a paragraph in.
I know, right?
It's unique, but like it's like this power is hers alone. This majesty is hers alone. This brilliance is hers alone.
I was gonna say a fucking moe head statue made out of human fecal matter is unique. It doesn't make it good.
not that.
So, she pauses on the hill to once again look down at the rainbow herd, as she always does each and every single day, because she always has to, like, look gravely and forlornly down at her herd and just exposit how this peace can be broken at a moment's notice.
She is literally just constantly, there is a storm approaching.
Yep.
There was a storm
So-
coming.
There's apparently a pathway up to the clouds where the one who rules lives. He's just the upstairs neighbor, I guess.
You think if you could like talk to God by just going up a mountain, a lot more people would do it?
Yeah.
So I have a list of complaints.
Please feel free.
So it continues. The Celestial Valley, the Crystal Arch, and the unicorns themselves had been there for thousands of years. If she could only be sure that they would be there for thousands more. I thought that
Okay.
they were there for... I guess the Celestial Valley has only been there for a fraction of the time that Balinor has been in existence, because remember, Balinor was separated from the rest of the Earth millions of years ago.
Uh-huh. Like the in terms of the time scale, I guess it's sort of weirdly real world in the fact that like modern day humans have only been around for approximately like what is it, 3 million years or so?
No, not even.
500,000.
300,000.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah. Like
Yeah.
it sort of that. It's just like the time scale is just like the unicorns have only been here a
God,
little
don't
bit.
get back to how that doesn't make any sense because humanity wouldn't be there in Balinor if it split off millions of years ago. And then
Don't worry, Raymond. Don't worry. Just sit back and notice that Numenor, the golden one, is going to be an asshole for no reason.
Yeah.
Why did you say his name twice?
Oh, sorry,
Because-
Numenor. Gotta just roll my R's or something. I don't know.
So, Atlanta is musing to herself. She was worried about Princess Ariana and her bonded unicorn, the Sun Chaser.
Okay.
All right.
All
Do you do
had
anything
been
else,
well.
love?
I know, right? She does nothing else except for just worry there. All had been well until the evil shifter rose from his lair in the Valley of Fear to take over the throne of Balinor.
Antia,
First
the
thing.
shifter, our enemy?
Thank you for saying it. Second, wasn't he like in an ocean, or was that what they wanted to cast him down?
Yeah.
No, he
at
was. He
first
was
they
in
said-
an ocean. Oh, what the hell? Yeah.
Yeah, so we've gone from an ocean prison. By the way, good idea for a prison, throwing it into the bottom of the ocean. Pretty good work overall.
Yeah.
To a valley, or is the ocean the Valley of Fear, and everyone is just what's the name for like being fearful of deep water?
Well, no, thalassophobia.
Yeah, philosophophobia. Everyone's just philosophophobic.
Yeah. But remember, the very first time, the reason why they got upset at Ariana when she mentioned that she was from the other side of the gap, they said that that was where the shifter was from. And then that got changed to being from underneath the 6 seas to now being in the Valley of Fear.
Are we all talking? Maybe these are different shifters, and we're just like they keep getting confused. Like they say, because they only keep saying the shifter. They very rarely name Entia itself. So it's like the shifter. Which shifter? Entia, Sauron, or Franklin? Which shifter are we talking about? Because they're in different places.
Mm-hmm. So it continues on. there's just a lot of things to talk about in this one tiny little space, and that's why
Yeah.
I've broken up it with blue and red and blue again.
Ooh, nice.
That had been a year ago, and for the unicorns and the people of Balinor, there had been nothing but grief and terror since the shifter had kidnapped Ariana's parents, who were the rightful king and queen. Ariana's brothers, the two princes, had also disappeared.
Okay.
Okay, so wait, you know that the parents were kidnapped, but the brothers are a big question mark, implying that they weren't kidnapped, something else happened to them that you're not aware of. All right, interesting
Apparently.
distinction. I know though at the end of this they are kidnapped, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It always says that the whole royal family, except for Ariana, had been kidnapped together.
So it's just,
Or at least they're all gone.
it's a weird choice to single them out like that. I just say Ariana's family, who were the rightful king, queen,
No.
and the fellow princes. Like, just why not say that?
No, we
Yeah.
gotta hit a word count. You know when you were like in college, you need to hit like a word count on your essay.
Okay, if that were the case, it would legitimately always be the evil Entia, the shifter, our enemy, every single time, and they're not doing that.
No, but it does always, every single time, says the king and queen, Ariana's parents, and her two brothers, the princes. It always does that.
It's why is this different now?
I don't ask questions no one has the answer to. I don't even think the author has the answer to it.
Also, a year ago. So like
Yeah.
it's been a year. Is that a different time scale than we remember from the prior books?
Yes,
Yeah,
because prior
is.
to that, it had only been 6 months.
Mm-hmm. It's so like under this implication, they've been in Balinor for 6 months.
Jesus Christ. How do you fuck this up? Like, this is the kind of shit that I worry I'm going to accidentally fuck up in sequel stories. Like, I keeping notes on this shit is actually kind of difficult. So, like, I understand, like,
Oh yeah, like
'cause
timelines are
timelines
some of the hardest to keep track
and
of.
making sure you have all the small details lined up. But, like, that's your job? It's hard? Like, actually writing is hard. It takes effort. So I don't know. Like, if I didn't care about any of this shit, I could have written these books in far faster than 2 months.
Yeah.
Yo, same.
So, suddenly Ariana gets a new title. High Princess.
Does she get that like good green, that Balinor like barley?
No. Okay, so she on eBay she bought one of those chairs from Organization 13 now that they're defunct.
Oh yeah.
She just like sits really high up no matter where she is.
So she exposits on about the High Princess and her unicorn, and she's still approaching the Cave of Numenor even as we speak. And she exposits about Toby and being down into Balinor village and all that, and the human wizard Elaine Bones. But the shifter could take any form. Any form at all. How could Ariana and the Sun Chaser fight an enemy they couldn't recognize?
Very easily.
Yeah.
Ask very politely. Are you the shifter?
Yeah.
Oh, you got me. No, I'm kidding.
So apparently, they're more than 2 days away from the village and safety.
Uh-huh.
Remember when the whole trip was going to take 3 days?
Hush you.
What details?
Exactly.
Relative safety. Even the village of the Inn of the Unicorn, the home of the resistance fighters against the shifter and his army, had traitors among the thatched roof houses, spies on the cobblestone streets. No one was safe in these times.
It wasn't.
Unironically, I love that sentence of like spies and the cobblestones and everything else like that. That is actually really cool personally. Wish it
Yeah.
was with something better, but and
Well, wish that it was relevant.
yes,
I was
that
gonna say
too.
it happened exactly once, and it wasn't like that person was really hiding their disdain for Ariana. It was just immediately like, "Oh, you're the princess. I'm going to try and capture you because I'm evil."
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna kill you now.
Yeah, I'll kill you.
Yep.
I kill you.
Thank you, Wilford Brimley.
Good man.
So, they're now once again in another shifter's moon, because when are they not in a shifter's moon? Like, nothing happens until there is a shifter's moon, and then suddenly they're like, now is the time that we have to make haste, when it is the most dangerous for us to do so.
It's like,
You know, you guys could like not.
You know what? You know what this is? They just keep tripping the freaking blood moon from Breath of the Wild. They hit one of those
Yeah.
like glitches where they run past like the wrong boulder all the time, and it triggers the blood moon, and everyone's like, "What the fuck? They haven't patched this yet?"
That happened to me a playthrough. It was actually kind of fun.
And Numenor would want to fight once he heard what Ariana and the Sunchaser had to do now. Atalanta shook herself and snorted gently into the twilight. She had to talk to Numenor about the impending war. If the Celestial Unicorns were to attack the Shifter's forces, it had to be at a time and place when victory was possible.
So I guess not really,
Yeah.
not really military sound there, hun. But you do you.
So she finally makes it up to the entrance of Numenor's cave. The entrance to Numenor's cave was guarded by unicorns, selected for their swiftness and courage.
Okay.
Okay, wait. Why would you select for swiftness for a guard position?
I guess in the off chance that they would ever get attacked,
Well, I
Why
mean,
though?
they would need to fight back quickly.
well, you would want strength over that to fight back. Swiftness, I mean, unless your intent is like they're not really there to guard so much as run away and like deliver a message like, hey, Numenor's under attack, but that seems like defeats multiple purposes of everything that was just stated there.
Yo, my lord,
Yeah.
you got this, right? I'ma leave.
Yeah, I'm out. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll let people know that you're in trouble. But, you know, all the other unicorns that aren't swift, the strong unicorns that'll get here slowly.
What is it? The like blood realizes he's not built for this.
Briefly, she exposits that both of them are from her own color band.
So they're both violent.
Don't know why that's... Yeah, they're both violet of some form or fashion.
Oh, wait.
Um,
Are we actually making an importance out of the nature of the bands at all? Like,
They try, but I don't think that it ever comes up beyond the bands exist, and some people are members of it, or some unicorns are members of it, I should say.
we only have the
Okay.
bands exist so we can be racist towards the unicorns.
Well, no, they have the bands that exist so that when the Colors drop their next album, people will know who did it.
The next one's called Silver Like the Wind.
Next one's called Sun Chaser.
I was gonna say we had to really kind of recoup our image after our last one flopped. What was the last one? It was called Staring into a Pool and Expositing a Lot. It didn't really sell off the shelves.
Unfortunately. Probably hurt the fact that we actually didn't release any music. It was just an audio track.
So
Anyway.
they let Atalanta into the cave immediately. She heard the rhythmic pacing of Numenor in his cave, caught the now bright, now shadowy golden glow of his coat as he walked restlessly back and forth.
Shadowy
Okay.
golden glows. I guess that works. He's like slightly. Wait. Caught the now
Obscure.
bright, now. Wait. Okay, wait. Oh. What?
No. Sound it out in your head and realize how shit it is. Don't worry.
Bright
Yeah.
and shadowy.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, are
Don't
you the
worry.
fucking Darksaber?
No, she's an oxymoron.
You know, you can knock the oxy off of that.
Uh-huh.
This also isn't gonna be the only time that she makes this kind of writing mistake
Okay,
in this book.
I was going to say, like, you can have contradictory descriptors, but having characters not react to it in that way, like, this is kind of what's at the heart of a lot of Lovecraftian writing, ironically, is a lot of things that contradict one another and should not be able to simultaneously exist, and yet they do. And that's what's mysterious and ethereal and mind-bending about them, is that it's two things that should not exist together that do. This is, I don't know if she's trying for something like that, but we're not, it's treated as so mundane by these characters that it's not really conveying the sense of awe if that is the case.
Yeah. I had a point, and then I stopped myself because I realized I don't want to go into this tangent. I want the pain to stop. Keep going.
So immediately she tells the two guards to fuck off, and then they fade obediently into the twilight.
What? That's why there are two horses inside of you.
One is swift but slow, and the other is slow but swift.
So,
My God.
again, we get a descriptor of Numenor, the Golden One.
Is it golden?
It's high noon.
Yes. His horn was a shining spear. A deep yellow diamond, rarest of all jewels, glowed at the base of his horn.
Cool.
I looked it up. Yellow diamonds are not, in fact, rare at all.
They're rarer than white diamonds.
Oh,
Yes,
That's about
they
it.
are rare. They are rarer than white diamonds, but they are not rare in the slightest. They don't even make the top 30. No. I think it was a top 50 list that I looked up.
Tanzanite, Burma ruby, jadeite, alexandrite, parabia tourmaline.
Yeah, it's the
amolite.
it's the purple and bluish ones that are all up there, right?
Kashmir sapphire.
Yep.
Yeah. Natural pearl, red beryl.
Hey, yo.
Benitoite. Benioite. I don't know how to pronounce that.
What in the Bene Gesserit?
Look. Basically, if they appeared as a Sailor Moon antagonist, they're probably pretty rare.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah.
And yes,
Also,
I know horse can enter caves. Yes.
I never actually knew, at least from the original dub, that they were meant to be based off of jewels because they mispronounced jadeite as jedite.
And that's why I pronounce it Jedite anyway.
Yeah.
That's glorious, honestly.
So, Numenor is very furious. You have news? Yes. She backed away to see him better. Numenor's eyes were a rich mahogany gold. She could see
the same brain.
They come from the forests of Balinor, where the trees grow 500 feet tall and breathe fire.
Mahogany.
She could see the angry pulse throbbing in the great vein at the side of his neck. The Sun Chaser has his horn back, Numenor said abruptly. The ruby jewel with his personal magic has been restored to the base. Now we can attack. We will grind the shifter to dust beneath our hooves. We will spear his army with our horns. Now is not the time, Atalanta said, with her own voice deliberately calm. Let us stand and discuss this calmly.
No, I'm with Numenor on
What
this
is-
one. Go to fucking war right now. This is boring as fucking tears at times.
Yeah.
I know.
It's also the case that, like, yeah, you don't have to attack right now, but throwing that out there, isn't it a good thing for the princess and the great Jesus unicorn to, like, have backup? Having an army / legion around you kind of defeats the purpose of, like, people trying to kill you in the dead of night sort of thing.
I'm getting flashbacks to the Simpsons parody of the prequel trilogy, where you have you have the Senate hearing and an AT-AT bursts through the door, and they're like, are you here for the meeting as well? It's like, yes, I am. And the AT-AT sits down and little reading glasses pop out over the cockpit of it, and it holds up like a paper.
Continuing on.
Mm-hmm.
What is there to discuss, Atalanta? Now that the Sun Chaser has his horn back, he and Princess Ariana are bonded again. The people and animals of Balinor won't lose the ability to speak to one another, and now they can work together to overthrow the shifter. And we of the Celestial Valley will be there to help them, as we always have been.
Not gonna lie, kind of based.
That was very awkward to say, though.
It was awkward to say, but, like, exposition and war declarations don't exactly go hand in hand. But I mean, the guy wants action. Oh shit!
Teddy Bear Paladin says, "Plush unicorn. I will admit this text of Valinor's glory is lacking. Elegant dull. You have better taste than your cub, but you are a plush tyrant and a bully."
Oh.
Ooh, shots fired.
I ship it.
Oh god, I nearly spat out my drink.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if like Funko Bear might be a little bit of a turncoat because he thinks that the war between the unicorns and the teddy bears is a bit silly.
I could see that.
I could see that, yeah. So, they continue on with their chatter about what's going on with Ariana and Sun Chaser. And they're being a bonded pair. And then he tells her to help her remember who and what she really is. And she says that it's not that easy. Explaining her past doesn't mean that her memories will be there. You know that, Numenor. You haven't forgotten what else was lost when the shifter attacked the royal family and destroyed the Sun Chaser's horn. The scepter! Numenor's words rumbled and echoed around the cave. The royal scepter!
Oh, great. Are you sad that you got rid of all the MacGuffins so you had to create a new one now?
Yeah.
Yes, the royal scepter, which will bring back her memories. You know, we can't have a character being told about all the exploits of their previous life and not really knowing how to square the circle of that existence that they don't remember, and like all that. You can't at all do any of that. You couldn't possibly make this at all interesting.
No, not at all.
Nope.
And it's also, by the way, a lot of people get it crazy, but it is the crown and the scepter that are the traditional signs of, like, kingship and royalty overall, and like you could do something with that.
Also, wait, in the last paragraph that that was highlighted, does that imply that that by restoring the horn and repairing the bond, that now they're going to be reversing the fact that the animals can't talk, so animals are going to start talking again? How is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're no longer in danger of losing their ability to speak. That is dead and gone now. No longer a factor.
I'm glad that threat lasted for a grand total of like 3 chapters.
a book. Yeah.
Less.
Yeah. Well, I mean, technically it lasted since the first chapter of the first book, because that was one of the things that she exposited in the first chapter.
Yeah, but it was never really
true.
it was relevant exactly once.
Yeah. Do you remember something else that she said in the first chapter, though, too, specifically about Sunchaser's horn?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
What
don't.
what what do you remember about it? You don't,
that I
Raymond?
don't.
Oh, you don't remember.
No, it's been
Do
a
you
bit. Okay.
you don't remember specifically the color of the horn
Yes.
that
Okay. Yes. The different colors and the
Oh yeah, no,
inconsistency and all that bullshit.
I've written off any description of color in these books. They don't. She does not remember at all what color. See, that's another thing that should be easy enough to keep track of. Like I'm lazy with character sheets, but I really should. I understand that I am making myself weaker the longer I go without making character sheets and describing characters in detail. But
yeah.
I also recognize that like I gotta do it eventually.
Yeah,
Mhm.
like I might be average when I say this, but like I do have like a character slash story bible for everything in Caliburn, where it's like here's what this character looks like, here's what this character looks like, this is what this place looks like, sort of thing.
Same. Also, thank you, Robbie. You're right. The horn was bronze in the first chapter.
Oh, lovely.
Atalanta said that his like his whole body, including his hooves and his horn, were all bronze. Moving on. So we talk more about the scepter. And then Numenor asks, "Where is the scepter to be found?" "It was torn from the palace during the fight following the great betrayal." "I know that," he said
Betrayal
impatiently.
betrayed me. This game sucks.
Oh, this book sucks. "But do you know where it is, Atalanta?" The dream speaker nodded reluctantly. "We unicorns cannot rescue the royal scepter. We unicorns can't touch it or even help her get to it. It is Ariana's quest. She must go and find it."
Fucking says who? The plot fairy?
You didn't answer his question. He asked where it was, and then you just said, "We can't go get it. Ariana must get it." That's not answering his question.
We can tell her where it is, but that would be helping her. We can put a stick on the ground pointing in the general direction. I don't know if that
Yeah, I
helps
mean,
her. She can choose to follow the
this
stick or not.
this is why I appreciate just writers that recognize the obvious loopholes people can go through. Like the easiest one is I think it was actually Buffy the Vampire Slayer, where a character says, "I swore a blood oath to never repeat this." Then all the characters are just like, "Oh, say crap, we can't do anything." And he says, "That's okay though, I can write it down for you." And he immediately writes it down and then hands over the paper.
Oh, I mean, that was like because Angel went on to own like a fucking law office that was filled with a
Yeah,
bunch of like werewolves and shit. And, like that's an amazing like plot element of that world building. It's like, yeah, I could totally see a bunch of supernatural beings rule lawyering their own fucking curses.
correct. But it's just like, again, bitch, he had a question.
Yeah.
Get to it.
Yeah, he said, "But do you know where it is, Atalanta?" And then she says that. And then he asks again, "Where is it then?" Numenor struck out with one great foreleg. A gold flame leaped from the spot where his hoof hit the floor. "She must get it back. You can tell her where it is, at least." "I'm afraid to tell her." "But why?" "The royal scepter of Balinor," Atalanta said slowly, "lies across the sixth sea in the Valley of Fear, hidden in the Castle Entia." Her violet eyes clouded with tears. "It lies in the very heart of the shifter's evil. No one has ever gone to the Valley of Fear, has ever come back." She stopped, and the next word was so soft that Numenor barely heard it. "Alive."
Okay, important question
Uh-huh.
because I these kinds of statements always get me. So did they come back dead? I need to understand how.
Okay, but how though?
Yeah, it's like elaborate for me. Were they like zombies? Did someone just FedEx them back? Like someone just open what's in the box? What's in the box?
NTS ships them all back in like nice coffins, so they don't have to
No,
worry
no,
about
it's just a
like
cardboard box. You see the unicorn horn sticking out of it. They couldn't get it to fit. It's just a hole poked in the box. It's like, got chipped. It's like, yeah, don't worry. Look, we got to send this back. Why? The horn got damaged during delivery.
and there's a note that's saying stop sending your fucking unicorns. I don't have any more cardboard to send them back.
Oh God, Twi, you remember we were in Vancouver together and we were looking for like cardboard to send stuff back, and we went to that one art store, and the guy like was going to give us cardboard. He gave us cardboard for free, or like at a dick. I can't remember that. But like when I was asking, like I had like a simple follow-up question, and he acted like super indignant.
Yeah.
That was bizarre. I'm suddenly like flashing back to that. It's like I was just like asking a simple follow-up on that, and it's like I'm giving you. I'm like, I appreciate it, man. I just wanted to know something is all.
Yeah. Some Vancouverites can be very testy, I've noticed. Like some of them are like incredibly kind and generous, and then some of them are just like have some sort of stick up their ass. There was actually one time when I first went off to college in Vancouver. I was 19 years old, and it was the first time that I was like staying up late and in my college, and I decided to go grab some snacks. And it was cold because it was around this time of the year, so it was getting closer to winter. And I I had my jacket on, but sometimes I get warm when I'm walking, so I like roll up my sleeves so to like cool off and then roll them back down if I get too cold and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, I know that.
And I was just paying for my stuff at the counter, and without thinking about it, I rolled up my sleeves, and then one of the two guys just like backed away, his hands up in the air, and he's like, "Whoa!" And it startled me. He thought I was trying to rob him.
This is a stick up.
Because I rolled up my sleeves.
I am trying to imagine how anyone would think that you would try to stick anyone up.
I know.
Like, from your demeanor to appearance to, like, everything. There's nothing about you that screams, I am here to rob you.
Which is very funny, because one of my roommates one time had said that I have a very intimidating appearance about me.
Oh, night Teddy Bear
And
Paladin.
I didn't know what she meant by that. Oh, you're leaving already? Okay. Good night, Teddy Bear Paladin.
He's a bit eepy, which is alright.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah, anyway. Little tangent about how odd it can be in Vancouver. Like, somebody thinking that I am trying to rob them at a convenience store at 10 o'clock at night versus a lady sitting beside me on the bus and just opens a pack of Oreos and offers me an Oreo.
Oh, also, for the record, this Numenor moment is totally like the unicorn equivalent of like the 50s house husbands just being like, slap! Woman, tell me what I want to know! It's like, it comes like, and the problem is, he's being reasonable here because she's not fucking telling him what he wants to. It's like she's being intentionally evasive. It's like, Ariana must go on her own quest. Like, that's not what I asked.
I know, but I'm glad that you say it specifically like that, because in my rewrite, I was going to make Numenor abusive. So I'm glad that you caught that.
Interesting.
It's a very easy like switch around / parallel that you can do for the simple reason of like, yeah, he's being obviously narratively she's in the right, he's being too hasty sort of thing.
Yeah.
And you can show that easily. However, practically, like, the man's got something
Also,
going for him.
her logic here makes absolutely no sense. It's just like,
100%.
oh, you can, like, I'm afraid to tell her because it's in this super dangerous place. No. You tell the people that need to know the information and you let them make the decisions because evidently they're already in danger because they're here in Balinor and at risk of being attacked by Entia, the Shifter, our enemy, from any angle right now. They were literally attacked by birds the other day.
Oh, don't worry, we'll get to that.
It's like, I don't understand this. Like, let characters decide for them fucking selves. It's not like them knowing this is going, like, they might be like, oh, that is incredibly dangerous. We should probably go do something else for a little bit, build up our forces, and then maybe, like, take it back forcibly. Like we gotta actually plan around this. We gotta actually make decisions. No, you're just robbing them of being able to make those choices.
Mm-hmm.
Atalanta's not a good person. Just putting that out there.
So, chapter 2 starts again with Lori complaining about being homesick. And then we also get told that Dr. Bones had disappeared into the night some time ago in a search for food to augment the meager rations they were carrying. They had left the Inn of Lucken to travel back to Balinor village with as many provisions as they could carry on the unicorn saddlebags, but their supply was low.
Where did we end with them in the last book? Like, I remember the last we assembled the horn for Sun Chaser, but like the end was the fight, wasn't it? Where she was riding off away from the castle.
No, the end of the book ended with them back in Lucken, and Aerie putting Chase in the barn.
Right.
Yeah. So, Sunchaser and Toby are grazing nearby, and Aerie stares at Sunchaser. His ebony horn was almost invisible at night, but his bronze coat caught the beam of firelight.
Oh! Okay!
Guess it's okay then.
Alright! Great. Also, meager food rations. Wasn't it a 3 days travel from Balinor, village of Balinor to Lucken?
Yes.
Why do you need to saddle yourself up with as many provisions as you can carry?
Yeah, it's not that long.
You need like 6 sandwiches per person. That's like a saddlebag. A saddlebag. That's all you need for food.
The biggest thing that you would really need is like water, if you're thinking practically.
Yeah, water and horse feed.
Yeah.
But not even horse feed, actually. The horses can graze.
Yeah.
True. Oh, I mean, it's Sun Chaser. You got to give him the premium shit.
No, he's pretty happy to graze. That's what he and Toby were doing.
Are they reading erotic stories tonight? Yes. You'll understand why that's funny in a bit. I'm pretty sure.
My God.
Yeah. It was amazing. The transformation that had come upon him with the restoration of his horn and the jewel at its base. The muscles of his chest were more sharply defined. He seemed taller. His mane rippled down his withers like a river of bronze water. His hooves were solid bronze that never chipped or cracked. A subtle light came from him, no matter what time of day or night, so that it seemed to move a pool of bronze starlight.
Okay, so he's a glowing horse now.
Yes.
Don't have to pay for the nightlight anymore.
Raymond, we aren't being raided by the FBI again, are we? Dude, if you're watching this stream, that's always... You gotta just be ready, man. They can come through anytime.
Yeah. And the next thing that I highlighted... Chase, she said with her thoughts. Milady, he replied.
Oh no, the trill be tipped.
Tips horse fedora.
He just wears a little trilby at the end of his horn. It's like precariously balanced in the middle of it.
The actual reason why I highlighted that was Inuyasha Kagome.
I will never forget because like it was for one of Fat Man's Abridged that he did that gag where it's like,
Yes.
Inuyatsuhashi Kagome.
Yeah. And then suddenly she is really missing Lincoln. She just really wants to see her dog again for some reason.
The ultimate. This is the ultimate like, the ultimate conundrum of the freaky quiet girl. Man, I really love like horses and dogs, but which do I love more?
I'm gonna throw up.
We've gotten through 4 streams of this, my friend. How are you only now getting sick of this?
I did it for the bit.
Oh wait, you actually threw up for the.
No, I didn't.
I was gonna say like that would be such dedication.
I said
It's like
I said it for the bit. If I could throw up on command, goddamn, I'd be in Hollywood by now.
either that or under a surgeon's knife getting your esophagus repaired.
Probably.
Yeah. Einhorn says, "Are the unicorns tick belong the entire time?" Maybe. So Lori pipes up again. "Didn't you hear me?" Lori demanded. The blonde girl sat up abruptly to scowl, a scowl on her face. She pulled angrily at the twigs in her hair. "I said I want to go home. Back to Glacier River Farm. And I want to go now."
Lori, we've been over this. We are literally in another world right now. How do you fucking want me to do this? Why are you yelling at me?
Also, you don't live at Glacier River Farm, Lori.
I will actually stand up here and defend this. I just take it as like I want to go home. I want to go back to Glacier River Farm. Like she's not saying it as if it is her home. She's just saying like that is like the closest thing to home right now. It's just it's back to where it's back to Earth. It is weird. I'm not gonna say it's not weird, but it's like I can understand someone saying this. They're kind of she's discombobulated. She's homesick. The person that she was sucked in here with wants to fuck both a horse and a dog. Like
no, she badmouths Aliana in front of Sun Chaser, then suddenly Sun Chaser first distract target, then discombobulate.
Just the hooves coming down around her ears.
It just reads as weird to me because it's like if you and I got isekai'd into another world after I came to visit you, it would be like me saying, "I want to go home. I want to go back to your house."
Yeah.
I mean, it could be in the sense of like friends when you're actually hanging out enough with your friends, like home becomes sort of like whoever's house you're hanging out at that day. Like when we get home, we'll do this, that sort of thing. I don't think they're not at that point though, because Lori is still a little shit and she hasn't really improved all that much, if at all. Or it's inconsistent.
Robbie is correcting you. I know nothing. It's Ariana, not Aliana.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. Billy Donuts, unicorns, and
different
donuts. Yay! Yeah, actually, did I mention this on stream during the Bad Fanfiction night where like I coach high school and there's a girl in the mock trial team named I think Ariana. So like I have been struggling with like there's Ariana, Aliana, and Ariana that I'm trying to keep straight, and it's really, really annoying.
Completely understandable though.
So, Ariana answers her, and she's talking about her injury and how she got her injury and all that kind of stuff. Why did her injury hurt so much 6 months after her leg had been set?
I don't know. Maybe because you've been fucking horse riding on injured legs?
Probably that, yeah.
I probably should.
You have to-
That should be something you shouldn't be doing whatsoever. You should have at least been riding like side saddle. But Jesus Christ, let your legs rest.
Yeah. No, they can't side saddle. They're too American for that.
Oh,
Ugh. You don't need to be too American to be competent.
Yeah. It's just, you know, they can't do anything other than just have her ride Western. But, also, back to 6 months.
Yep.
it is
What
really
is-
impressive finding a thing that is worse than Ruby at all these things.
It's impressive, actually, yes.
Like, it makes me really wonder, like, what do they mean by it's been a year? Had it been 6 months that Ari has been in Balinor since she got here? But that's not true because they're not treating it like that. But then, was it 6 months that the betrayal took place? They were battling for 6 entire months, because it also made it seem like the betrayal happened
Like in a day.
in the matter of, yeah, within a day.
At
So
least.
it's like, what do you mean by a year?
Huh.
This is a very subtle regime change if it's just been a year.
Yeah. I suppose you're going to tell me that you can't talk because you're in so much pain, Lori snapped. That's more than enough, Tobiano said sternly. The black and white unicorn gave a short, angry snort through his horn. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Lori had the grace to look embarrassed. Sorry, she muttered. I didn't mean it like it sounded.
1, you absolutely did. 2, you snort through your horn and not your nostrils?
Yes.
I know
don't
you
you
talk
remember
through
that?
your horn. I get that, but you have nostrils. Snorting don't require vocal cords.
Well,
Clearly it does, man.
yeah. Apparently any sound that unicorns make, the horn lights up. So.
Wait, what about a Ruby Unicorn of Balinor crossover as Volume 10 in the last book for the unicorns? That actually makes a scary amount of sense.
God.
It would, holy shit.
That is horrifying. But I'd want to see it, actually.
Mm-hmm. So, Toby explains to Lori what had happened to Ariana and how Lori shouldn't even be here in the first place and nobody even wants her here.
Damn. I forgot about that.
Oh, God. You
Yeah.
know what? That would actually be a really good, like, motivational thing. Like, I'm thinking of the idealized version of Lori in this. Like, this could be like Lori's book, where like the first 2 are all about Ariana, and Lori's more of like the side character doing things. This could be like Lori's book, where like she's being told, you know, we only really needed her here. No one wanted you here. You're just you're a tag along that we had to take care of. You're a load. And this entire book could be about Lori, like, coming to terms with she is not the most important person ever in this world. She has been completely demoted down to below a fucking peasant. She doesn't even have fucking ID.
Yeah.
And, like, she needs to actually earn her keep here and survive, because evidently people are getting... The only person that seems to give a shit about her is Ari, who doesn't even like her. It's like, that could be like a whole dynamic and stuff. God, I see exactly what you mean.
It's an easy thing of just like, what did it say about you that the only reason that you're around is that we don't want to do anything untoward in front of the princess, basically. That's functionally what it's happening right now.
Well, no, the only reason you're still around right now is that we have enough of the moral wherewithal not to harm you. You're just kind of there. And it it behooves us to take care of you. But you could always cross a line that we don't want to anymore. We'll just abandon you here, and it's not no water off our backs.
Yeah.
A simple subtle threat of something like I have an oath for this person, and just let it be said subtly. I have no oath for you.
Ooh, yeah.
Like, when it comes to the time stuff, Billy Donut says days, years, millennia, same thing, really.
Fuck right off. I hate that because I've seen so many people go like, you don't have to keep like too rigid control of the timetables, and I'm like,
The way that I rule it is when it comes down to like big events, have a ballpark that you know that they happened in, and you just make the history on it vague, where characters are like,
yeah,
kind of like how we discussed like the ancient Egyptians. We can't know for certain like, oh, this happened exactly, 3,000 years ago or whatever. We can't know. We only know it happened vaguely 3,000 years ago. Like there are some things we can carbon date and some things that we just have only barely record of. That's actually one of the shorts that came across my feed the other day is like it always blows my mind learning that in ancient Egypt there were ancient Egyptian archaeologists that were unearthing ruins in ancient Egypt. It's like
what was
that's,
the
what
what's the usual saying? Cleopatra was closer to us than when the pyramids were built.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's like that stuff fascinates me. And like when you're building lore like that, you can always just kind of have a ballpark in mind for when certain events happened and leave it as history is kind of nebulous on the details. And like maybe you can go back in time and expand, but when you actually show events, you better have like an actual timeline set out for like this happens here. And if you need to time skip a little bit, you can kind of have vagaries, but you always need to actually take that into account. Like, oh, a couple of weeks have passed. How have things shifted in that time? Don't be loosey-goosey with that shit.
For sure. For dang sure. So Eri breaks up the fight between Lori and Toby and says, "We only have a few more days on the road before we get back to the village." A few.
It should be like, all right, so this. Oh god, it is the movie problem again. It's you either have 3, 2, or 1. So it should either be a day, a couple days, at best, or we still have 3 days because that's your starting point. So it's like it shouldn't be a few more days. A few more days imply more than 2 days, but you started at 3. So if you are whittling it down, you should only have 2 days left. Ari, what is this Lovecraftian time frame?
I know, because they only made it. There's only a 3 days ride, a 3 days travel between Balinor town and Lucken.
You guys only have a 3 days grace.
Okay.
And
I wasn't going to go with that, but that's a good one.
They grabbed food from the inn in Lucken, and they're already running out, and they still have at minimum 3 days left to travel?
Toby, stop eating all of our Pocky! Just like look over and he's like just eating a full box.
Okay, so I'm just gonna remind myself of a Lord of the Rings quote of just like lambus bread. You eat one, take one bite, and you won't have to eat for a week. Looks over to Pippin. How many did you eat? 4.
I'll be right back. Please continue, please.
Okay.
But the timeline makes no sense, and it hurts everyone.
Yeah, no. So Toby is still going on about how Lori is very annoying, and Eri has to yell at him in order to shut him up.
No. Let him cook.
I know, right? So this is the first time that we get Eri really complaining about being a princess. She's She doesn't feel like a princess at this moment, though.
If,
Um,
to which I would respond, if that's all you have to like complain about as being a princess, like, good for you, love. I'm.
yeah. Um, she put her hands on her hips and surveyed Lori with a sigh. Homesick? I can understand you being homesick. Lori stuck out her chin and turned her back. Well, don't you want to go home? Her voice was thick with tears. Don't you miss your foster parents? You miss your mom and dad, don't you? So just completely ignoring Lori's
Like, I
question.
didn't ask that. I didn't ask that.
Is just like, and it's a strangely consistent thing where somebody asks a direct question and then a character just goes right past it to
Yeah.
continue expositing.
Yeah, it's like, here's a direct question. No. Like, no ifs, buts, or anything else like that. I am asking you to your fucking face this question.
But I know nothing. How about, what if
Okay.
I answer your question with another question?
What's the terminal velocity of a book? I want to figure out how fast I'll go if I fling myself off. And also, the only thing I can think about with like, let's answer your question with another question, my mind immediately goes to Team fucking 4-star because they use it as a setup to a joke.
Yeah. Ari thought of, sorry.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
see, none of them are published, by the way, last I checked, and they still wrote way better.
I was gonna say,
Yeah.
I'm just reminded more of our dear friend Sabrina. Why does a ship float but a rock sinks?
Because the authors don't know what the fuck they're talking about, Raymond.
I'm waiting to become King Durin.
King Durin.
King Durin!
I do have some Scottish ancestry, so I could make it work.
With his very unfortunate wife with the gold dandruff. Sorry, that's the only thing that I know about her is the promotional poster where the gold flakes in her hair just make it look like she has dandruff.
I mean, I still can't believe that they made a dwarf Mario jump into doing a sword clash with a Balrog.
Oh my god.
It's
I love.
That
I'm
last
at
episode
that.
was so amazing.
I just got past that part of the stream on EFAP, and Mahler like diagrammed it out, and it's hilarious because it's very clear that it's just King Durin is just jumping off the cliff to fall. Like
I was gonna say
he's gonna hit the fucking Balrog's dick on the way down.
no. He could jump down, and I think with how the distance work, if the Balrog did absolutely fucking nothing, it could watch the dwarf king jump out and then miss him entirely, and then he just goes on his way.
Literally just step on the guy.
Exactly.
So, Ari thought about Lori's father, who was red-faced and loud. Her hand went to the knife in the scabbard at her belt.
Yo. It's like, yo, chill, Lori, chill.
I know. It's not what it's not what Mary was going for, but it's still really hilarious that that's the first thing that you think about when you read that line.
Well, when you're going for a knife, it has obvious implications.
Mm-hmm.
No, she just wants to
Mr.
examine
Sam-
it and get the bad ending of Silent Hill 2.
Mr. Samlet, the innkeeper at Balinor village, had said the knife belonged to her own father, the king of Balinor.
Antia, the shifter, our enemy.
Yeah.
This constant thing of like where you need to like say these things and then clarify them with the official titles. It's so monotonous.
Uh-huh.
Also, it's a simple case. It's one of the like few really. This is a personal thing. It's one of the few really easy and good ways to really humanize like royal characters. Of like everyone says either my lord, my lady, but when it comes to family, they just say dad
Yeah.
or mom. Something as simple as that. And it's special because this is the only person in the entire kingdom that can say that to me, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we continue with her lamenting about her family. Sorry?
Sorry. No, Josh, like I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Colonial mustard was only cutting apples with the knife in the kitchen.
So we continue with her lamenting about her family or lack thereof in terms of her memories.
Blah blah.
Yep. She had flashes of memory. A huge man with a blonde beard and a laugh to shake the ceiling. And her mother, the queen, quiet and fragrant with the scent of roses around... Yeah, fragrant. With the scent of roses around her like a cloak. But she couldn't remember any more, no matter how hard she tried. Why did all of her memories drift like fragments of cloud across the sun?
Fuck your siblings, by the way.
Yeah. Also,
Phrasing?
do you remember the name?
I know
Don't forget, last week we were talking about Lily Orchard.
Oh no. Oh my god.
What I love about Twi is that when she laughs hard enough, it just her mic completely cuts out. So it it sounds like she goes completely silent.
Yeah. Yeah. I have a friend back in the other server where he just says, you know that your joke is funny when you can't hear the girls laughing.
Okay. Based. I like that guy.
Yeah.
But it's like, why did her memories drift like fragments of cloud across the sun? It's like, okay, that's an image. That's a fine image there. You were cursed by Entia, the shifter enemy. Like, you know that, right? I'm pretty sure that she was informed of this. Yeah.
Should be.
Yeah, that's why. Like, you should be, instead cursing Entia, just be like a fucking evil shape-shifting evil horse thing.
That's why I didn't know. I didn't remember that it was Entia that magically caused her to lose her memory, because that was the only time that they ever mentioned it.
And it's so easy to just make that a like protagonist hatred sort of thing.
Motivator.
Where
it's a great motivator.
Yeah, exactly. Like how dare you take away memories of my family?
Like I've been like, because Shigo Kara, me and Twi, we've been going through it, and I'm now reading the manga. Oh, by the way, Twi finished My Hero Academia.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, she finished reading the manga. So that's a fun thing we can talk about sometime in a future stream. But no, in Shigo Kara, one of the things that I keep coming back to is that like they keep having these characters take the dreams out of people and turn them into X-eggs. Basically, every child on the planet has an egg in their heart that represents their dreams and desires for the future, and certain ones, they actually hatch into little beings called guardian characters, or Shigokaras, that basically help guide or lead the child towards that goal or dream of theirs. And there are these different like rules at play about how these guardian characters work. They can go back into their eggs. They can sometimes just vanish outright, depending if the dream changes, that sort of thing. But one of the things that happens is that the villains are going around and they're corrupting these dreams. They're basically taking the dreams out of children and turning them into these dark things called X-eggs, which are these kind of evil entity versions of those dreams. They're perversions of the dream. And like, well, I understand it's a supernatural thing. There's very few people who can actually see or perceive the Karas. I take that very seriously. Like I in the sense of like, if I learned that someone was going around literally stealing children's dreams, I would be
There's-
borderline willing to kill them. Like, I think
There's-
that is offensively horrible.
There are
Mhm.
Disney villains that are less sadistic and cruel.
Yeah. So, like, when I learned of that, so if I learned, oh, yeah, this person ripped your memories from you, the good, the bad, everything that you held dear and precious, everything you knew about yourself, your sense of identity, they just ripped that away from you completely. My God. Yeah. I would have the biggest fucking hate boner for them.
Yeah.
The thing that I go to is just the as bad as the show is, the Family Guy like gif of Peter. I just want to talk to him with a shotgun in hand.
I was gonna say, hot take, I actually really like Family Guy. I think it's not smart television, but it has some really good visual gags that come up. Like it has its moments of being really fun and entertaining. It's just something you can't come to it reliably.
Gotcha.
It's better to watch the disembodied clips
Yes.
rather than actually watching Family Guy.
Yeah. There are times where like it used to be really well written, where things were well integrated, but like they know what they're doing, and they're basically better built for YouTube Shorts. It's weirdly future-proofed it in the current day and age.
Honestly, kind of impressed. I'll take that.
Yeah. So, let's see. To clarify my question earlier regarding Inori Amano's character, I keep re-listening to the Jello Apocalypse vid. I don't want to repeat his mistakes of dehumanizing women. It's very easy to not dehumanize women. Just remember that they're people.
Yeah, like there's the flip side of like they have flaws. That's okay. You can use the flaws to create drama or even explore like the deeper facets of the character, why they have those kinds of flaws. And they have benefits too. They have positives that you want to play into. You know, are they particularly kind? Are they this applies to all characters for the record, not just, you know, female characters. But are they particularly
Yeah.
kind, or are they hardworking? Are they driven? Are they creative? That sort of thing. Look into those like kind of baser traits and build the character from there. Trying to understand what the creator had intended for them. Because like what I saw of the original series didn't look particularly deep. Like I tried to watch the first episode and it was just like a blink and you miss it. The girl just suddenly got a hot body, and it's like, okay. But like the idea of, all right, well, what happens when someone who was meek and shy as a result of not having confidence in their own body suddenly gets this attractive body, and they start realizing they can actually start to get things their way just by being pretty. That's an interesting thing on the face of it. Like the idea of like, oh, this guy is being really nice to me. He was kind of a jerk before, but he's getting me like this drink. I got this drink for free from him. It's like maybe you could go a whole arc of like her kind of falling down a pit, a darker idea of like, oh, I can use this to my advantage. I can start manipulating people. I can start like she starts out small and realizing, oh, you can get these nice things, to being like, oh, if I flash a little skin here and there, or if I do these favors, like you can, if you want to push the hentai route, she can start doing things like that. And that could be a whole angle for the alien to observe. Or you could do something differently. She could start using it for good. I don't know how you use that for good exactly, in terms of like, I don't know, maybe she helps someone else out who's having similar feelings. She could try and lift one of her friends up by being like, hey, I clearly have some benefit here, but what if I tried and help you and be your wing woman? That sort of thing. Like there's any way to like to play that, and it's all about whether or not how the character plays their strengths and weaknesses. That's always we got to keep in mind.
Oh, sorry, my headset cut off, and so I cut you off there. I apologize.
Oh, it's
But
okay.
the way that I would go for it is, you shouldn't be to make sure that you're not dehumanizing your characters. You shouldn't be able to describe them as like they're a woman, they're a man, sort of thing. They should be
Yeah.
far more complicated
Yes.
than that, because people are complicated.
They have their own agency. That's the most important thing to keep in mind. And you got to remember what they want to do with that agency. That's always the thing to keep in mind with that.
Yeah. The easy way that you can kind of look at it, if you want to go with like strengths and weaknesses, you can have like a metaphorical balancer. So you have a if you put one strength of theirs, you balance it out with one weakness
Yeah.
of equal merit. You can have one incredibly strong strength of theirs juxtaposed to an incredibly strong negative aspect to them. And then slowly throughout the story, you can challenge them on both their strengths and their weaknesses and smooth out some of their smaller weaknesses. And that culminates in the end of your story where they finally ground through maybe one of their biggest challenges with their biggest flaws.
And the
Maybe
thing-
they don't like fully finish or fully complete that, but it gets smoothed over quite a lot.
Or
Yeah,
they're
that sort of
brought
thing.
closer to the middle. One thing that like, again, since the hentai we're talking about, one of the ideas that like I particularly find fun in those contexts, I guess, to just kind of lay myself on the table here, the idea of a very prudish character who secretly is an incredible pervert on the inside. That's kind of the fun of Shimonetta, is that you have the the principal of the decency club or whatever that's called, who is like the main quote unquote love interest for the main character. He loves her because she is so pure and like the picture of an ideal woman. But as the story goes on, and he's basically dragged into doing more and more perverted things by the main character and like her whole crusade to upend society's views of sexuality, the more and more he learns, I think her name was Anna, the more and more he learns, oh, she's being incredibly degenerate. And it's because like as she's being led through these events too, she's like discovering all these things she doesn't realize are horribly perverted, and she's finding them really enjoyable. It's like that's a real fun to be kind of had there with that kind of dynamic.
Yeah, it's a
The contradiction of character is always
Yeah.
kind of interesting to
Yeah.
explore.
And when you introduce a negative, have that negative actually be detrimental. Don't say, "Oh, this character is negative," and then everything about that negative thing just turns out to be a positive for their character.
Absolutely.
Like the one that I'm going through, which just is annoying me, is based on a play-by post RP that I was in, and let's not go into the deep end. But basically, long story short, one of the characters was like, for lack of a better term, courted by this, for like I'm just gonna say a sex demon sort of thing, and there's like a bunch of stuff like all the other players in the RP were just told, yeah, it's really dangerous if you like go with these people because like suck out souls, change your mind, like mind control you, make you a perfect puppet, whatever. This character has sex with a demon and is revered as a god and is completely immune. And then you'd think that would be just one thing. No, this happens 4 times
Oh,
with 4 different characters.
I mean, obviously someone has a thing. Also, Dakota's being like, I'm coming through the anime and I want to keep the sex clean and implied more than shown.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
and that's
that's fine.
fine. Like
Yeah.
you're not required to show the sex and all that kind of stuff.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Um,
Like I'm a fan of the fade to black method.
yeah.
Oh, brought up a Phoenix. I thought she was an orphan living off either an inheritance or trust because her parents don't exist. Could she be emotionally stunted? I mean, that's probably just a quirk of the anime, and that they just never really address the parents. That's just a thing that some anime do, hentai
Yeah.
particularly. So like,
Parents don't exist in some animes, let's be honest.
Yeah, I mean, if that's something that you want to address and explore in your version of the story, then go for it, but you're not required to. And there are a lot of emotionally stunted people that grew up with parents. So,
sometimes because of those parents, so it's perfectly fine.
yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
But
yeah,
back to Balinor though.
yeah. Back to a different type of perversion.
Yeah, because we were kind of spending quite a bit of time on that, but Um, a soft chime like a silver bell sounded in the depths of the woods behind her. Chase lifted his head, eyes wide and dark, and stared off into the trees. Lori flung herself onto a log near the campfire. She clearly hadn't heard the quiet ringing. I guess you want to stay here in Balinor since everyone here believes that you're the long-lost princess. I don't feel like I'm their long-lost princess. I don't want to be their long-lost princess. Ari was scared.
Okay. That's a reaction. Has she had that before?
Nope. This is the
Not at all.
first time that we see it.
Yeah.
I guess better
being
late than
scared
never.
of- I mean, it's
Yeah.
2 books in, and then finally we realize, oh shit, people have like fear centers in their brains.
Oh no, the book titled Valley of Fear. We suddenly remember what fear is.
Yeah.
Remind them what fear tastes like.
I mean, I do like this conflict. The idea that Lori might feel like, Ari wouldn't want to return. It's like, oh, you're being treated like a princess. And I can see Ari just being like, bitch, my family's been kidnapped apparently, and people are out to kill me. I don't know if I
This
want to
isn't
stay
a summer
here.
road trip.
Yeah, this
This
is not
isn't a summer road
Yeah.
trip.
This is actually why I want to make a little bit of an age difference between the two of them in my rewrite. I want to keep Lori the age that she is, but I do want to make Ari older by at least a couple of years.
In the sense that she has like, with age comes wisdom sort of feel.
Yeah,
I-
but also whatever comes with teenage angst.
I would
that too.
probably want to try and keep them within a year of each other myself. I know that, again, you have different goals in mind, but I like the idea that they're sort of like complete contrasts to each other, and they both need to learn from each other. But like I could easily see what you're talking about too. I'm not gonna say that's wrong or
Yeah.
anything.
Well, like the thing that I was thinking about was like Lori would be kind of insecure because Ari is older, and the character that I was going to bring in, the character that I was going to create whole cloth for my version of the story, Lori would have a crush on, and Ari would be very good friends with him, and so she would feel very insecure about that.
Now the chick that is good friends with your crush is now revealed to be a princess. Like, raise those stocks up.
Yeah. So we get a little bit with Ari talking about what clothes that she's wearing. She's wearing a soft muslin blouse. Not brows, sorry.
Yes, Ari just like wearing new brows. Just a huge monobrow made out of cloth on her forehead.
Look at my special eyes, my brand.
What is muslin?
It's a woven fabric, like tightly woven fabric. I had to look that up because I'd never heard of the term muslin before.
So, can I say a note that I had when I was reading this with my dyslexia? You can probably guess what I read that word as.
Oh, I read it as the same
yeah.
word. Yeah. I mean, it's probably not far off. According to this, it's come to believe it gets its name from the city of Mosul, Iraq. So it's possibly related to the Muslim etymology. It comes from Italian. Or English from Mosul, French, Mussolini, Italian, Mussolina, and then Italian Musolo, which is Mosul.
Huh.
And then
Neat.
Muslim, I'm curious now. No?
Also, Dakota,
yeah.
Okay, like, I don't really know what to say to that. Like, you do you. Like,
Yeah, you do what you want on that. You do what you want on that one. Like,
I'm not gonna get angry with you for changing that or whatever.
Yeah, like, you have full control over whether or not that happens. So I am putting that out there.
Yeah.
If you're looking to do, like, really push characters, that's a pretty extreme circumstance that does create a lot of plot lines you could play with. So
it does.
Mhm.
just saying, don't throw that out there completely. That could be a whole conflict, especially knowing Japan and its conservative values. Like, that Jesus Christ,
I
you could
mean,
get entire
Be right back.
storylines out of that.
Kyoko in Fruits Basket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um but yeah, I just highlighted that because I thought that muslin was such an odd thing to put in there. But very interesting. Like
We
I keep
learned.
yeah, we learned a thing. Lori watched her for a long moment and then asked, "If you don't feel like a princess, what do you feel like then?" "Lost," Ari said slowly. "I feel lost. It's a terrible thing when your memory comes and goes like summer rainstorms. They tell me I'm the princess. I remember just a few things about being princess." Also, I looked at this. The typo is there in the original book as well.
They tell me I'm the princess. I remember just a few things about being princess. I mean,
It doesn't sound right, does it?
it doesn't sound right. Like it is technically, it can be right, but it doesn't feel
Yeah.
right. It feels, it comes and goes like summer rainstorms.
I know. It's a strangely poetic thing for her to say out loud as dialogue, isn't it?
It's yeah, weirdly, especially for what she's 14.
She's 13.
13.
Yeah.
Also, lost in these memories, holding so tightly. Afraid. Oh, I'm mixing up the Linkin Park lyrics. Never mind. I need to listen to Lost more. I'm gonna load that up tonight. I would actually, I like this idea, like that Lori being like, "What if you don't feel like a princess? What do you feel like?" And Harsh is like, "I feel fucking lost. Do you think I understand what the hell's going on? Like, I apparently have some scattered memories I'm trying to make sense of, but it's like they're so loose and a mess. It's like them having a heart to heart. I like this. I would love actually seeing any kind of development with Lori that we're not getting.
I'm back,
Yeah.
but I heard everything, and this is actually noted for my own reading of just like here, right here, casual, heart to heart, nothing serious beyond like how we genuinely feel about a situation. It's easy, simple, and just nice character growth and beats overall. Like this is a conversation like this is something that you could like look back to like books later, like remember when we talked at this point in time sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah,
It
exactly.
got good stuff for it.
Something of my palace before the shifters' forces took over. My father's face, my mother's presence. But all I really know, Lori, is that Chase is mine. Chase will always be mine. Everything else, she shrugged. It's as if it happened to someone else, and I don't feel homesick because I don't know where my home is. Um,
All right. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
yeah. The
That's yeah. Just adding more to these two are really unhealthy.
yeah.
Very unhealthy.
The bell-like chime called again. Lori was oblivious to the sound. But Chase can hear it. She looked to Toby. Stout little Toby, rude and belligerent like a little comic. And a little comic. Sorry.
Not bad mouth.
But
He's
at
the
that-
best person here.
I know, right?
To be fair, he's the best person here because he's also kind of a little shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll take a little shit over these drower. Anyway.
Yeah. But at the moment, Toby didn't look comic at all. He looked stern and a little frightening. He stared at her, his brown eyes commanding her to go. The third bell sounded. The bell sounded a third time. Third and last. I have to go.
My
Harry
people
said.
need me.
Lori is not having it, but they're telling Ari to go, and Chase says that she has to go alone, so she goes off into the woods to follow the chiming bell sound that apparently everyone else except for Lori can hear.
Now we're just reading. Is it Edgar Allan Poe's The Bells? Who wrote The Bells? The Bells.
I don't know.
The Bells. The Bells.
Oh no, I remember this one. Benioff
Edgar
and
Allan
Weiss.
Poe?
My joke's better.
I
Benioff
didn't
and
hear-
Weiss. Benioff and Weiss wrote The Bells. The second to last episode of Game of Thrones season 8.
Oh,
The one where Daenerys commits a genocide.
okay. That's. Oh yeah.
Yeah. Lori is not being told what's happening, so she's screaming at Aerie. Aerie, come back here! Don't you dare leave me alone with this talking horse! Unicorn, Toby said, his tone unexpectedly deep. Let Her Royal Highness go, Lori Carmichael. This is no business of yours. Shut up, foreigner.
Yeah.
No, just I'm sorry, but the only thing I had in my notes was just The Rock, shut up, bitch.mp4.
Just love he just like his hoof like just raises up and she just like shoves her face and she just like flings her to the side off screen.
So, Aerie goes off into the woods and finds a clearing, and she starts talking to the air and says, "It is I, Ariana. Did someone call me? Or did someone call me?" Silence. She began to wonder if she had imagined the crystalline chime of the bell.
Then from the sky you hear, "The number you have dialed is disconnected. Please hang up and dial again." It's just like, what the fuck?
Okay, I kind of like jokes that just throw modern your number you have dialed has been disconnected to magical shit.
I mean, it's one of my favorite tropes, and it's what I actually use for Vault Finder once we get into the modern day stuff, is that when you get like wizards, they are literally just magical IT. That's what wizards are. Like, I love that trope of like,
oh, the magical idea.
yeah, it's one of the best ideas for modern fantasy I have ever heard, and I want to just run with it. The idea is like, why isn't this spell working? And their familiars are just the rubber ducky in programming, where it's like the spell,
Yes.
the spell isn't working, and they have to explain the spell to their familiar. It's like, oh, that's why it's not working. I forgot the salt. Oh god, it's like the most base component. I always take it for granted. And he just sprinkles it in, and it works. Like, I love that idea.
Robbie with the Digimon reference. The number you have dialed only exists in your imagination.
That's episode 3, right? Or episode
Yes.
2?
No, it is episode 2 because that was the first time that Greymon digivolved.
Right.
Episode 3 was the Cedarmon Lake with Garurumon.
I couldn't remember if like them arriving was a 1 or 2-parter. I like, my brain was like, it's a 2-part. No, it's not. It is not a 2-parter. It was a 1-parter.
Yeah, it was just one episode where they arrived there. And it ends with them
falling off a cliff.
Falling off the cliff. Them
Cool.
digivolving to Rookie for the first time. So after a bit more searching, Atalanta finally pops up. She has taken the path from the moon because I guess they no longer live on top of a mountain. They just live on the fucking moon now.
Fucking moon unicorns.
Yeah.
You really think the moon is real? It's where the royal unicorns live, you
Wait
dumbass.
Wait a minute. There's that whole conspiracy theory about how the Nazis, they secretly fled to the moon and have a moon base up there. There's a whole Finnish film series about it. Nazi unicorns from the moon.
No.
I'd watch it.
They wear their swastika bands on their horns. You can't really tell because like it's so tight. It's like
God damn it! God damn it! Teddy Bear Paladin's not here. This is perfect lore.
Oh no.
My God, though.
I have a hole in my shirt. No.
Oh.
Aw.
It's in,
Why'd you do that?
I don't know. It's a relatively. I just got a bunch of these exercise shirts because like they're really good. I sweat a lot when I do streaming or recording, so like they're really good for when I do that because they don't just get soaked down. But like, I got a hole in one of the sleeves, and I have no idea how that happened. It's a short sleeve too. It's not like I hooked that on anything really regularly.
Oh yeah, the like sleeves like right under the like the armpit and stuff.
Yeah, it's a t-shirt. Well, it's actually like right at the end of the t-shirt sleeve.
Oh, that fucking happens to me all the goddamn time. I don't understand how that happens.
Fucking weird, man.
Very weird.
Atalanta, Eri breathed. So the dream speaker pops up. She says, "Come here, child." "The Lady of the Moon," Eri said. "They call you the dream speaker."
Yeah, I get that. Honey, we have shit to
You
do
are
today.
literally. She is literally the only person you met to confirm this.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
The only
what?
person you know that calls her the dream speaker is the person calling her the dream speak. It's a person who is calling herself the dream speaker.
I kind of want a character in some show, anime, movie, or whatever. Like, well, I mean, no, never mind. That was a gag that Star-Lord did. Nobody calls him that.
Yeah,
He calls himself that.
Identify yourself. Star-Lord.
Who?
Who? Star-Lord, you know? Come on, you
Legendary
haven't heard of
outlaw.
me?
Ah, forget it. And it works because at the very end, the guy breathes Star-Lord. He's just like, finally.
Taser face.
So, she continues, "You rescued me from the mob at the inn. The mob led by Lady Kylie. Come closer, Ariana, and sit here at my feet. You must learn your fate."
Okay, weird point to break off at. Also, kindly name history.
Yeah, it's just, it is you. This happened like a week ago. You did this for me. I'm going to ignore what you said and just tell you to come sit the fuck down.
So, the earliest public records that we can find for the name Kylie was 1877. So I was right. This does feel anachronistic.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, admittedly, everything is fucking anachronistic because humanity shouldn't exist in Balinor, but you know, whatever.
No. Yeah. So we're finally on to chapter 3. And Atalanta once again says, "Sit down, my child." And Eri says, "I missed you," she said. "I wish you could be near me always." "I am here now." Atalanta settled gracefully into the forest floor, hindquarters tucked under herself, her forelegs curved around Eri's back. Eri settled into the silky warmth of the unicorn's side and twined her hand in Atalanta's silver mane. "Now tell me, Ariana, what is troubling you?" "Come here, I have something to say. Now what is wrong with you?"
What's wrong with you, bitch?
It's like,
I'm throwing
it's
this out
just
there,
such a.
but-
Go ahead.
No, so there's a Jay and Silent Bob movie where they basically just make fun of Christianity, and one of the big ones is the like voice of God Metatron as a major character, played by oh crud, I had his name in my head, but Snape's actor, fuck.
Alan Rickman.
Alan Rickman, yeah, the late great Alan Rickman. And there's an entire scene where like the main character goes through the whole crisis of faith things and like this whole like what's wrong with you sort of thing. Metatron like unironically does that, but it's played 100% as a joke because Metatron does not give a shit about his job right now.
But yeah, it's just such a weird thing where it's like, come here, I have something important to tell you. But first, how are you doing? Like, tell me your worries. Apparently, this super important thing is just not important enough to supersede how you're doing. I guess.
Ariana's like, well, I feel like I've been shoved onto like a dangerous quest, and I don't know what to do with my life. I don't even remember these things, and I just want to go home. That's great, child. By the way, you need to retrieve a magic scepter from this very dangerous castle that will most likely kill you. If you don't do it, the rest of our world is going to die, and you'll never return home. Ariana's just like,
At least, at least Gandalf told Frodo what he was going to get into.
yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, here's the thing, though. The very last part of the last book that we read was Dr. Bones literally telling Aerie that her next quest was going after the royal scepter.
Sure.
Remember it ended in that really comical way with Lori being interested because the scepter has jewels on it.
Oh, right.
And she like wraps her arm around Aerie and be like,
Mhm.
buddy, pal, let's go after this.
Full disclosure,
pretty
my
thing."
brain was like melting by that point, so
Yeah.
I was gone. I just vaguely remember it from my torture. I mean, wonderful experience reading these books that Twilight recommended me. Yeah, the ritual circle in the basement is still at full power. You told me it would like stop.
that was so genuine.
Thank you. Sorry. I've gotten pretty good at that overall.
Okay. So Aerie looks into Atalanta's eyes. Those purple eyes could see lies and evasions and half-truths. I don't want to be the princess, she said. Part of me knows that being the princess means giving up things. I will always have to think of others first. I'll have to do things for others before I do things for myself. I won't have a life of my own. That is true, the dream
Welcome to
speaker said
royalty.
calmly.
That is true, you selfish bitch.
Exactly. Like,
But there are great rewards in fulfilling your destiny, Ariana. There is both peace and love within you, my child. Those feelings, those qualities will come to full flower when you work for the benefits of your people. What if I can't? Aerie asked. What if I become cruel and selfish?
Well, you already got that last one down.
yeah, I was gonna say toxic bent.
What will be, Ariana. We all feel cruel and selfish at times. Greedy, angry, spiteful.
Mildly
But you have a
constipated.
choice. But you have a choice, don't you? You aren't at the mercy of your feelings. You have a brain and a heart. You can decide for yourself.
One of those I can agree with. The second one I can't agree with.
Yeah?
I don't think I can agree with either of them.
Well,
No.
she has to have something to pump her blood.
Oh. You know what? I have a joke. I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say it.
I'll have one question and one question only. Does it involve Sun Chaser?
I can neither confirm or deny.
Okay. So, she continues on and stating that Aerie has a choice. Can you bear what I am about to tell you? And can you make the right choice this time too? Aerie waffles on it. She doesn't know if she can. And I think she asks
I hate that question. Can you bear what I'm about to tell you? I don't know. What are you about to tell me? I can't read your thoughts, and that would defeat the purpose of you asking me that question in the first place. Because I can't know without knowing, and if I do know, then I won't know if I'm going to bear it. It's a self-defeating question.
Anyone else smell copper?
I smell burning, but that's because I dropped the match and I'm currently lighting my room aflame. Self-immolation is the only way out, guys.
Fuck, that's a bitch.
Ari asks if Atalanta can come with her. No. The answer is no. And she says, I am the dream speaker. You are the princess of Balinor. It is not within my power to do other than what I am doing now. Other than I am doing now.
That's... okay. Okay, clearly, one of your powers is not speaking grammatically correct sentences.
Not at all.
Yeah.
Also, wow, you're fucking worthless.
I know.
It literally is just, the fuck's the point of you then?
Fuck out of here! Tell me where I need to go and leave. You're wasting time.
Honestly,
You're wasting.
I kind of want a character to just look at some other character and just say, so what is the point of you?
Look, if I'm gonna lay down with a unicorn, I've already got one for that.
So she cannot be anything more than a counselor. Tell me, do you wish to return to Glacier River Farm? Do you mean I could? Atalanta nodded slightly. Yes, you could.
It immediately should
But-
be. Yeah, no, I want to go home.
Wait, no, I hadn't finished though. No, you said I could leave. No, fucking hell, girl, I was.
Let me get my stop speaking fucking flowery language and let me go home.
But my parents, who will find them if I don't? There are those in the Resistance who will try. Will they rescue them? Find my father and make him king again? Find my mother and my brothers? Perhaps. Perhaps not.
You manipulative bitch.
Yeah.
No.
100%.
Honestly, I actually kind of dig this from a perspective of Atalanta's not a good... Like, the story wants to portray Atalanta as a good person. This, however, like, portraying her as, like, this kind of manipulative shadow puppeter, like, I kind of dig that vision instead.
Mhm.
Yeah, like,
Think, well, will my family survive? Well, people will try to save them. You can do it. I know you can do it, but other people know. I don't. Maybe they could. Maybe. You know, you could do
like,
it.
I'm of two minds of this, because, like, I think that this... I agree with you that I think that it is very manipulative. But I also kind of do like it in the sense that, like, she's not telling Ariana that she has no choice in the matter. She's just kind of telling her, like, yes, you technically have a choice, but also technically you don't.
It's actually reminds me of one of my favorite quotes on that matter. It's just, it might not have been good choices, but it's still a choice.
Yeah.
Mm.
So, she asks if Chase and her have a better chance of finding them. Yes. It is what you were born to do. Apparently. You were
How do you
born
know
to go
that?
searching for your
I'm sorry,
parents.
Atalanta. Did you know this was all going to happen?
Are you
Did you
part
see
of the
the future?
conspiracy? Are you part of the conspiracy, Atalanta?
I guess so.
Traitor
Did you
to
know
the throne. Use her for flank stakes.
Did you know? did you know the shifter was going to hit the royal family?
A second shifter has hit the royal family.
Thank you for going there, because I didn't want to say it.
And yeah, the shifter or enemy. No, Franklin. Okay.
Okay. No worries then.
But first, there is one task you must complete. If you can do it.
Fucking
If you
fetch
can-
quests. Sorry.
Yep. Yeah, another fetch quest. If you can go on this quest and return in triumph, then the people of Balinor will rally around you and the Sunchaser. Because I guess they weren't rallying around her before.
Yeah, like it's not like she's the literal prophesied returning princess or anything with the Jesus horse.
Yeah, who
Fuck that shit,
disappeared
though.
6 months ago.
No, a year ago.
Same difference.
I'm gonna have
Don't-
an aneurysm trying to make a joke about this, actually.
just don't worry about it.
I am worrying about it.
It's the same amount of time.
Anyway, this book is dragging.
Yeah.
Correct.
And there is good reason for that. Ariana.
Okay, I'm so sorry. It's like this book is dragging, and there's good reason for that, Ariana says.
A good question for another time.
You and the Sunchaser have a hereditary link that is given to no others in the kingdom. This is why the Shifter is afraid of you, why he and his army of phantom unicorns are looking for you even now. But yes, if you wish to return to Glacier River to cross the gap to safety, I can contrive to send you both back. But Chase must give up his horn and his personal magic, and you must renounce your claim to the throne. Forever. So...
Also,
Ariana...
wow, poor Lori just fucked over.
Yeah, 100%.
It's like, I can send you guys back. Lori, no, she's stuck here. Sorry.
I made no deals.
Actually, wait,
that
you
were
know
less
what?
important.
Send Lori back. Holy shit. Like, at least Ariana just be like, oh, can you send Lori back? She doesn't belong here. Like, she can at least send message to people,
We're gonna
right?
get there.
Okay.
We're gonna get there.
Yes, we are. Don't worry about it.
I think I might be better as an ordinary girl than a princess, Dream Speaker. Trying to remember what it was like to be a princess is like trying to grab water. The memories spill right out of my mind, and I feel silly when people curtsy to me. I'm embarrassed when everyone calls me Royal Highness. I don't feel very royal.
Freeze the water.
Cup your hand.
What?
Cup your hand.
Yeah.
Different approaches, same result.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Shove your face in. And drink.
Could I... like
Drink,
Lena.
bitch.
Could I be an ordinary girl? It is your choice, Ariana. Annalie and Frank would continue to be your foster parents. You could live at Glacier River Farm and go to school there. You could train horses, teach the young on that side of the gap to ride. Perhaps. Atlanta's tone was thoughtful. Perhaps tell them the tale of legendary unicorns.
So this one time I fell through a cave, wound up in this weird land, got assaulted at a bar, and then I helped build the unicorn horn of my horse, who's right over there, but he doesn't have his horn anymore because I sacrificed that because the cool magic
back.
and shit wasn't enough for me to die there looking for my family. By the way, I'm an orphan and I was adopted by these people who are actually agents from the other side.
Yep.
Ariana was dragged off to the funny house after that.
So she imagines what it would be like to just go back to being a regular girl on Glacier River Farm, training horses named Cinnamon, Scooter, and Duchess. And
Yay.
Sunchaser, too, would be an ordinary horse, and perhaps at night dream of the life that he was meant to lead, Lord of the Animals here in Balinor. She couldn't do that to Chase. She couldn't change his destiny or her own. Aerie sighed. Well, she said, I guess not. I suppose I'd better do what I have to do.
So, small comment, but have either of you read / heard of the overall story for A Wheel of Time?
No.
I've heard of Wheel of Time. I know nothing about it.
Do you care for a spoiler of a 30-plus-year-old book?
No.
Series.
Well,
Okay.
I mean, I was planning on reading it at some
Well,
point, but
The general idea is one of the main characters, Rand, is built up as the savior, prophesized chosen one. A lot of shit happens, and then everyone at the very end is just like, okay, so what are you going to do? You're the most powerful person here, or how are you going to fix the kingdom? And his immediate thought is, I'm going to fuck off to a farm. Fuck all y'all. Just like my mission's done. Y'all can fix it. She can just do your mission, fix Azure. You don't have to choose right now. Is my thing.
Also, maybe talk with Chase. Maybe Chase is like, fuck this noise. I want to go home.
Exactly.
I don't want to die.
It was nice. It was nice in Glacial Rivers. I couldn't talk to you very well, but fuck me.
Phrasing.
You walked right into that one.
I did. I can't argue with it.
Are you certain? No, I'm not certain. I'm scared, but I'll do it. Whatever it is, I'll do it. Are you sure that you can't come with me? Not quite alone. So she asks if she is going to be alone in this. She says, no, not quite alone. There are 4 who will travel with you and the Sun Chaser. You will be the company of 6.
The Fellowship of the Ring.
Yeah.
A little less impressive a title.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Literally, it sounds like you're a moving company.
It does.
I believe there is one other who will help you, but I am not certain of this. She is part of the deep magic. You must seek advice from the old mayor of the mountain. The words sent a strange thrill through Ariana. Her breath caught in her throat. Who is that? Atalanta closed her eyes for a moment. I cannot tell you more. Not now.
Ariana's like, oh, another horse.
God damn it.
So, Atalanta...
Also, yeah, fuck you, Atalanta. You can't tell me? It's the old mayor of the mountain. Who is that? It's a mayor who lives on a mountain who happens to be old.
You can tell me that bullshit.
So, Atalanta actually is kind of useful right now.
Bullshit.
She dips her horn into the nearby stream and creates a bottle called the Star Bottle and gives it to Aerie.
Is it the light of Balinor?
More or less, yeah.
Okay, so I know the answer to this question. I was making a joke, and I didn't want you to answer it.
This is the Star Bottle. Use it only when all is dark and there seems no hope.
Okay, fuck right off. That is literally the same exact line Galadriel uses.
Wait, is it?
Use it when all light is has gone out, or something of that line.
Yeah. That's why I just answered you, because right in the next sentence she basically confirms it.
Correct, and I hate it. That's why I didn't want you to tell anything.
Jesus Christ, this book.
Yeah.
I know. It's worse now that I've actually read through the books and I know all the references. I hadn't actually watched it because I read these books before the movies had come out. So I didn't, it was all new stuff to me. Anyway, this and your own courage, Ariana, should be enough. With these, you are not alone. Also, that's gonna get contradicted.
Uh-huh.
And then she says, you must ask me, child, what this great task will be. I will wait until you are ready. It's like,
what's the task?
I have some... Yeah.
Tell me, what's the task? Where are you fucking going? Come back here, you bitch. Come on.
It's like, bitch, you haven't explained everything. It's literally the meme of the Sailor Moon, like, my job is complete, but you didn't do anything.
I gave you a bottle that glowy water. It's like, you gave me a fucking glow stick. Why?
I don't need a magical glow stick.
So they sit and lay together for a while, and then finally Aerie said, tell me. You must find the royal scepter. Do you remember it? Aerie stared straight ahead, concentrating. I think so. It's not very big, is it? About the size of a riding crop.
Wait, no, I think my stepmom had one under her bed. No,
baby.
no, Ari, no, Ari, that was not the royal scepter.
Oh my god.
But she called it her royal scepter.
I did not need to know this about our servant slash villains, whatever they were.
It's the okay, Josh. It's the book versus book Caliber Chronicle versus Unicorns of Balinor. Oh boy, I'll fight this book and I'll fucking win. Trust me.
I don't know. I feel like the brain rot might be able to like overpower you. It's possible.
You have to understand.
Possibly.
Well, you have to understand. All my information is stored within the pages. You cannot destroy these pages. They live on in another book.
I guess that's fair.
Huh? It is made of rosewood and set with lapis lazuli. And there's a carved unicorn's head on the top. Yes. Eri focused as hard as she could on the elusive memory. The scepter had special powers. She remembered that, at least. Chase! She exclaimed. The scepter is a visible token of my bond with Chase. It was passed to me when we bonded. What?
Sorry. I'm not gonna. I have so many intrusive thoughts about all these different jokes I could make. And I'm just like, you know what? No, I kind of want to keep getting through this. I don't want to stop every 5 seconds to make a joke.
It's so easy, though, isn't it?
It is so easy. It's so easy to be like, work your way up, Ariana. Mary, you make this too easy. You're making my job incredibly difficult.
My man is
It's
over
now
here
that we
trying to
learned.
resist.
Yeah. It's now that we learned that part of the pain isn't the actual bad dialogue or the bad prose or the bad plot or the bad characterization or anything of that sort. It's the fact that he just can't make jokes every 5 seconds or else this is going to be a literal EFAP episode.
I was going to say, it's going to be an eternity of us being on here. Like, it literally is just...
Look, I want to watch Arcane eventually, and I will leave this call. Y'all are friends, but I'm sorry.
I'm just like, if Dashi were here, man. If Dashi were here, this would be a nightmare for all of us.
Oh boy.
I'm glad that you didn't call her in then, I guess. Let's see. When you find it, you will come into all your powers as High Princess.
Oh my god, man. Really? 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 My god, man.
Keep going. Just let me laugh. Go.
Your memories will return to you. All of them. You and the Sun Chaser will have full use of your bonded magic.
Wasn't even anything funny there.
You okay?
I've calmed down. You're the one that's still laughing, and now I'm laughing because you're laughing.
No, it's just because you still sounded so far away. Like you were in pain.
You did?
The scepter is in the power of the shifter. Ariana, you and the Sun Chaser must return to Balinor village and prepare for a 2-week journey to his home in the Valley of Fear. You must travel in disguise all the way, for the shifter's spies are everywhere. Disguise? Eri asked. When you journey through Balinor and the lands beyond, you will go as ordinary citizens of Balinor. As soon as you reach the Valley of Fear, you must prepare to be soldiers of the shifter's army. So there will be no battle, Eri said. She relaxed a little. This sounded possible. Do we walk to the Valley of Fear, then? Samlet will take you to in his cart to Sixton, a village on the shore of the Sixth Sea. There you will ask for Captain Treadwell of the ship named the Dawnwalker. He will equip you with the soldier's disguise. He has been to many strange places, Captain Treadwell, and he will take you to the Valley of Fear.
I mean, disguising yourself shouldn't be any issue, considering that the description of your appearances keep fucking changing.
Yeah.
Are we sure that she's not Entia, the shifter, our enemy?
I think everyone's a shifter. I think this is Entia just entertaining herself at this point.
Probably.
He's like, I got nothing better to do.
Also,
Fuck off.
Sixton, I mean, I guess because it is a sea of, the Sea of Six or whatever, the Sixth Sea, fine, I guess. But that's literally like kind of a gag in Shangri-La Frontier, is that all the different towns are numbered, in order of where you go with them. So you have like, I'm trying to remember that. I know that it's like Sixton might actually be a real place in Shangri-La Frontier. Also, God, that's a lot of information. We're going... All right, so we get to be under disguise. Already, that is way more dangerous than going into battle. Like, battle is dangerous, but, like, if you're behind enemy lines and you get found out, you're just fucked. There is no winning that fight.
Well, there's more to come.
Great.
Indeed.
So, they're gonna go to the Valley of Fear, his true home, where his true form lies. The one who occupies your own palace is only a shadow of his evil, not the evil itself.
Okay, so it's Shadow Ganon. Got it.
Yes.
I hate that boss fight.
Or Phantom Ganon. Either one.
Phantom Ganon, yeah. So she explains that even the shifter knows that the decision rests with you.
But does the world end with her? Asking the real questions here.
She supposed that the Valley of Fear was filled with ghouls worse than those that she and Chase had just fought. Yes, Atalanta said, as if reading her thoughts. The Shifter's army came from the Valley of Fear before they occupied Balinor. There is still a garrison there, but you will have as much help as Numenor and I can give you. First, I have spoken to Numenor. We will create a diversion as soon as you reach Sixton. A band of celestial unicorns will walk the path from the moon to Balinor for the first time in our history.
Sure.
What?
For the first time ever, huh?
Hey, Atalanta! How do you feel about that? Never mind, I don't care what you feel about anything. Fuck off. Stop using the fucking bridge that no one else has used, apparently.
Can you do anything right, woman?
It just floors me that this entire time their whole purpose in life is to, like, take care of Balinor, but never before have they actually done their jobs.
Never before have they given enough of a shit.
Yeah, and that's exactly why in my rewrite I want them to basically not really want to do it or make excuses of why they don't have to do it, even though that there is a legitimate evil in Balinor, because they've just never had to do it before and they've gotten lazy.
It's the classic empire has grown too big, it collapses under its own right.
Yeah. And Atalanta and Toby are going to be the only two people who take this seriously. And they're not only fighting against Entia, but they're also fighting against the apathy of their own herd.
Toby versus Numenor.
Yes, exactly.
I see where... no, I'm picking up what she's putting down.
Yeah. Let's see. We will appear on the grounds of the palace in Lucken, and we will lead the shifter on a merry chase.
Why describe it like that? Like, you've never come across as someone who describes things in those, like, kind of whimsical terms.
Also, this is not what happens. I'm gonna spoil that right now.
It isn't.
No.
They
end up leading the actual shifter in the Valley of Fear not in the shadow one in Luckin. Why would they go to Luckin when they have to distract him out of the castle in the Valley of Fear?
Well, that's because it's like really nippy over there this time of year. They don't want to get their fur wet.
Ah.
You won't fight? Eri asked. Are you sure? We are not ready. We are not ready, Atalanta said simply. Although Numenor is quite angry about it, we cannot fight until you and Chase are a fully bonded pair again. We are leading the Shifter and his soldiers away from the palace, and you and your 5 companions will enter Castle Entia and reclaim the scepter. Atalanta's light was almost gone. Eri could barely see her in the dark, just the crystal horn, which glowed with blue-white light. You must enter the Valley of Fear. Follow the lava path to Castle Entia itself. Take no food or water into that place. The scepter lies concealed beneath one of the Shifter's greatest victories.
Okay, I need some clarification on some things. One, lava path. Elaborate? Excuse me?
Second,
Second, no food or water. What about this magic water you gave me? This bottle filled with light. Is that liquid? Is it food? Do I drink it? In fact, I could use some more clear instructions on this. Where do I use this? When it's darkest and there is no hope. Elaborate. Does it mean when I'm about to be stabbed?
is it water?
Are you being figurative? Are you being literal? I don't know. This I hate Atalanta.
He's trying so hard to be Guinevere. Not Guinevere. Fucking Galadriel.
Yeah, she is.
And she's winding up like Galadriel, derogative, rings of power.
Derogatory.
So Atalanta fucks off, and Ariana goes back to the campfire. And Lori shrieks at her, "Where have you been?" Toby asks for her to get more wood, and Lori says, "What am I, your slave?"
I mean, yeah, no,
and then
keep going.
okay.
Right.
They're gonna go out. They're all going to go out to get firewood. I don't want to, Lori sulked. There are things out there in the woods. True enough, but if we go together, we'll be safe, I think. I have my knife, and Chase and Toby have their horns. Listen. Just listen. Can't you hear that horrible howling? One long, mournful cry split the night. Then came another howl. Chase lifted his head, his ears swiveled forward. He whinnied a challenge. The chorus of howls came in response. Despite herself, Eri shivered. Wolves, Lori said, with the same sort of satisfaction people get when the worst has been confirmed. A pack of them. Dr. Bones isn't back yet, Eri said with concern, and she should have returned by now. The chorus of howls cut off, and then there was a yelp. Eri set her mouth in a firm line. Forget the firewood. We better set out to look for Dr. Bones. So, that actually was fairly decent.
Yeah, I mean, it had a few like back and forth character beats and a simple yet understandable reason of why, like, hey, we're getting the fuck out of Dodge.
Yep. Although, I don't know why there was a yelp just randomly.
I don't remember that being explained, like legit.
Yeah, no, it doesn't, because the tension dies very, very quickly.
Yeah.
As Dr. Bones immediately comes back, and the wolves are just trotting along beside her.
Well,
she is the wolf queen.
Why are they concerned at all? Animals should be returning their ability to speak now, so you can now actually discuss things with them. Actually, this starts raising a major question. If all animals can now communicate on the same grounds with one another, how does predator-prey dynamics work? Like,
economy.
Don't worry, we're immediately going to get there.
Oh, I was going to say, that'd be amazing just to see a wolf be like, "Hello, gentle squirrel. I'm feeling a bit peckish. Do you mind if I consume your flesh and fur?" It's like, Indubitably, Mr. Wolf. You see, I do not wish to be consumed. However, I shall have a merry chase with you, and if you should catch me, then by all means, my goods are forfeit. It's like, yes, indubitably. Great, excellent work, Mr. Squirrel.
I kind of want to see a squirrel and a wolf have like conversations with like a monocle and top hat.
That is exactly what I was imagining.
So Lori screams, and Dr. Bones tells Lori to shut up. Hush now. They don't like screaming. Hurts their ears. Hurts whose ears? Oh, Ari said. 3 long shadows slunk into the light of the dying fire. Wolves, Toby said. Phut. He lowered his horn menacingly. Stop, Dr. Bones commanded him. She held out her hand. Rufus, Tige, Sandy, come and meet Atalanta and the Sun Chaser. And so the wolves come up to them, and I don't remember if I... Yeah, they come up and say hi. I don't remember if I highlighted how they greet each other.
I remember that being weird.
It is really weird, because in order to greet the Sun Chaser, just like Lincoln did, in order to show that they mean no harm or swear loyalty, they roll over onto their bellies to expose them to the unicorn's horn. That is a consistent thing in these books.
I was going to say, we now begin the ceremonial throat biting as our greeting.
Which, I mean, of all the things in this book and the world building, I actually don't mind that, because animals do that in order to show that they aren't threatening. They show their bellies to each other.
It's also similar to where the concept of handshakes came from, where like people trusted one another to literally shake their hand and reveal that part of their arm to show that they weren't going to do anything in attack.
Well, yeah, it's like you checking for knives up the sleeve, yeah.
Yeah.
And that is why people like me are so dangerous.
Took a second.
Yeah, it took me more like, wait, what? Oh, that's right. She rolled up her sleeve and apparently threatened a dude. What?
She was dangerous.
Also, because people shake with their right hands. I am not right-handed.
So this is why I shake using both of my hands and I just cross them over each other.
Well, I'm just saying over here as Inigo Montoya, and prepared. You killed my father, prepared to die, but
yeah. It actually took me a very long time to learn how to shake people's hands, because they would always hold their hands out to me, and it would always be like their right hands, and I would hold out my left hand, and that wouldn't work. It sucks. It really sucks being a left-handed person sometimes.
I always go by the Malcolm Reynolds rule of, if I kill you, you'll know why, you'll be facing me, and you'll be armed.
Truly, you're a son of corn.
Anyway, I promised them that they could look at you and chase. They've been loyal supporters of the crown, of course. So, Ari didn't feel very impressive. Her skirt was grubby and spotted with sticker burrs. Her blouse had a big grass stain on it, and her hair was a mess. She stood up a little straighter and deepened her voice. Welcome, loyal subjects of the crown. She ignored Laurie's giggle with what she hoped was royal dignity. I actually like that.
That's fine. Though it now makes me wonder, it's like, did the royal family have to caucus with the Wolf Guild, like, in royal politics now? Like, how does any of this work, like, on a larger scale when you can communicate with all the animals? My God, can you imagine what, like, a frickin' farm looks like if you can talk to the cows?
My God, man, are you insane? Do you have any idea the feuds between the ducks and the geeses? They've been at the war for centuries.
So after a couple of paragraphs, they finally get down to business. You have been absent.
I was gonna say it. Fuck you.
You have been absent too long, Your Majesty. There was regret and something else in Rufus's speech. He was worried. That was it, Aerie decided. The pack leader was concerned. I have been away too long, Chase agreed. And I may be absent a while, Wolf. My full powers have not yet returned to me. There is... He turned his dark eye on Aerie. Atalanta was right. Chase knew about the Valley of Fear. He knew what Atalanta needed her to do. He knew about the quest.
Wait,
a task for me.
Did she fill him in?
Psychic bond
just,
shit.
Oh.
He just knows.
So
Like,
wait,
he
he always knows what's happening to Ari, huh? Huh? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he apparently knew all this shit before Aerie knew about this shit, so
Didn't speak up about it.
nope. A task before me that will take me once again away from Balinor. For how long, sire? A month. From Shifter's Moon to Shifter's Moon. Sandy and Tige howled softly. Rufus lowered his head, panted, and then looked up. We have trouble, Your Majesty, in the forest. Chase waited patiently. You know that we are losing our way of speech with the humans of Balinor. More than speech left us, Your Majesty. We, that is, many of us, became wordless. And with the loss of the words came something else, the loss of ourselves. We held fewer and fewer councils. Those that we did hold became places of great danger. Some of us, some of my own pack, Your Majesty, began to prey on others. Yes, sire. We eat insects, grubs, nuts, berries, and fruits. But as our words left us, so did our appetite for eating these safe things. And... yeah?
Keep going, finish this.
Rufus dropped his head to his paws, then raised it. There is now the hunt for rabbit, deer, for small creatures such as mice.
Okay, so carnivores need meat. You cannot have a canine on a fucking vegetarian diet. It is impossible. They will die. And on top of that, these must be the most fucking withered, like, fucking soy-ass wolves you have ever fucking met.
Also, by the way, like, so we confirmed insects. Don't have to worry about them talking. Thank God, I wouldn't want to have a conversation with Housefly.
I guess not.
Hey, listen.
So-
hey, listen.
Shut up! Shut up!
Liberal beta ass cuck wolves. Thank you, Issa. Thank you for putting that so clearly.
I didn't need to know that word.
Oh, I thought you said
I
liberal, not literal. You know what? I think that's the joke.
I have called these wolves something that I wouldn't even call myself liberal.
So remember when I told you that I was in fucking pain? And I said, I don't know how you and Kaiser will react to this. Maybe you won't think that it's a big deal, but at least for my rewrite, it's going to be a very important detail. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
This is absolutely a big fucking deal. Holy shit. And also, like,
Yes.
losing our speech. Okay, so more than speech left us, Your Majesty. That is, many of us became wordless. That's what losing your speech means, unless like they started talking gibberish, which is not the effect that I was under the impression of it was. And that doesn't necessarily mean you lose yourself. It doesn't mean you become brainless. It just means you can't speak. So already we're learning a much deeper level of this problem. But on top of that, hey, the crown has been reunited with the fucking unicorn horn and all that bullshit. This shouldn't be happening anymore. The problem's been solved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Except, no, it's not, apparently.
It isn't.
Nope.
And, like, apparently, okay, maybe the problem has been solved, but the people that get their brains back are like, oh, yeah, no, but that meat shit, oh, my God. Oh my god, you guys need to try this. How do cows work? Do you have herd animals in this world? How does any of this work?
Yeah, they said that Atlanta said in the first book, how will they ask the cows to be milked? Things like that.
Do they ask the cows to be slaughtered? Do you only have the elderly cows volunteer to die?
No,
No,
they
they
have just milked. They're just milked.
Yeah, no, they have everyone in this world has a vegetarian diet.
Borderline vegan.
Yes.
How do the roosters feel about us taking their eggs?
I don't know.
Every time they come to the council, it's always the same fucking thing. Stop taking our eggs. But I'm sorry, why did you make your kids so goddamn tasty?
It's like, okay, Smarty Pants book. What do fucking snakes eat? What?
We'll
like
get there.
Wolves, fine. They get their leafy greens, and they're the worst wolves in the planet. You send one wolf from fucking Yellowstone up there, and it's going to rock the entire ecosystem. Fine.
Yeah.
But what do you do for the smaller obligate carnivores that can't eat anything else? I guess this is Lion King. They're just feasting on like huge mounds of insects that apparently exist here, even though that's not how they work.
Yeah.
Not at all.
This is actually why in my rewrite I was going to have Balinor be a bit of a wasteland. And that's because there are so many prey animals like rabbits and mice and deer that just eat everything and the plants can't properly grow. So Balinor has always kind of been this kind of dystopian world where things are hard, but that's because it has to be that way, because you can't prey on things that have human intelligence and the ability to speak to you.
A simple thing
in their mind.
And
Izanagi, are cows suicidal?
Oh no!
Also, good night,
So-
Ford Junior.
Good night.
Good night. The wolves only? Chase asked after a long moment. Ah. I thought perhaps the others would tell you of their crimes, sire. I only speak for my pack. I do not bear the tales of others' crimes. My good wolf, Chase commanded, who commits the hunt? And when? Tell me! Tell me, Aerie echoed silently.
Why?
The big cats, as well as my pack, the bears, the ferrets, the great birds. Thank the one who rules that dragons have all but disappeared from Balinor.
Okay, break time. They don't have bears in Balinor. We know that because of the prior books. Samuel was baffled by the word bears. He didn't know what they were. What the fuck?
Yeah. Don't worry, they know.
Also, man, terrifying. Oh no, the ferrets. They're truly the worst of it all. I'm sorry. I'm not going to take that one seriously. Look, the worst about them is that they kind of like slink around, but I can step on them and they die. Like that's not a concern for me. The big cats though, and the bears, big problems.
Yeah.
So the lions and tigers and bears.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And now, the animals of Balinor have had their words restored to them, Rufus. With the return of my horn, Her Royal Highness and I do not have command of our full magic, but speech between animal and human, at least, has been saved. There is no excuse to break the law. Does the hunt continue? It does, Your Majesty, to my sorrow. There are those who now have a taste for blood.
You're
Those
right, by
who-
the way, Caltech. I was grinning ear to ear when you were talking about this. This snake shit,
Yeah.
fantastic.
I'm
Yeah.
actually happy about this part of the plot point. At the very least, it's like it this flows. It's like, oh, I could have been eating this shit my entire life. God damn, I'm never going back.
Well, it's the simple
Yeah.
thing that you can that Twilight can do for her rewrite of just like you can like you ate you basically ate a person, and a wolf that is like basically blood drunk can do something like, can you imagine finally realizing after centuries you know what you're built for?
Yeah.
Yeah.
what you're meant to hunt.
I'm going to spoil a really big thing about my version of Unicorns of Balinor right now, because I think that it's a good moment to do so.
Uh-huh.
Entia in this book has no reason to be evil. He's just evil because he is.
Yeah.
I'm spoiling that right now because it is a children's book, and they don't give reasons for why evil people are evil or evil creatures are evil.
Yeah, you don't need.
But in my book, Entia, the reason why he does the things that he does, that he has disassembled and broken apart the kingdom of Balinor, is because of this law. He is an obligate carnivore, and try as he might, he cannot survive off of anything but meat. So in order to save himself, he had to destroy the kingdom that was killing him.
Okay, that's dope.
Yeah.
That's a very good reason for an antagonist to exist. Hey, Lily, take notes.
Well, I mean, the easiest part of the antagonism is with Balinor being, like, sort of destitute with, like, no one really hunting the animals. He can just point out and he goes, like, look at this ecosystem. And he can point to Ari herself. It's like, you've seen the lush forests of your world, the great rivers, the wonderful mountains. Do you think the places like that stay because everyone is fine with one another? No, there is an order to things.
Look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh.
The thing that I was actually going to do was I was actually going to have Ari agreeing with him.
Mm-hmm.
And she says, yeah, because of my experience on the other side of the gap, I now know the balance of of nature and what it's supposed to be on the other side of the gap. And I agree with you that things need to change. We can't have laws in place just to make unicorns comfortable.
So the last book is like them going to war against their old allies, effectively.
I probably
slaughter
I haven't
all the unicorns. All of them must die.
So long as Toby has an Optimus Prime moment against Numenor, I'm cool with it.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I think he will, because I think Numenor will be very much against it, and I think also Chase will be against it. Because I told you before that Chase will be very traditionalist, and he will be very against Ariana's new ways of thinking.
Become progressive, Ariana.
I know.
In your version of it, does Entia send Ariana to Earth, or is it that the allies in Balinor do?
I think she flees there and he pursues her, and they have a scuffle in the tunnel to get to the other side of the gap.
Okay, I was gonna say, like, where does the memory loss come from?
I think I was still gonna make it magical.
Because I was gonna say, like, I like the idea that, like, the whole facade of her life was created by the unicorns of Balinor to protect her, but like in the end, it's what ultimately backfires on them horribly because it gave her this whole new perspective.
Yeah. Also, another thing, the way that Entia had infiltrated the royal family, he pretended to be a prince from a nearby kingdom, and he was going to be her fiancé.
Making Chase jealous. Got it.
Yeah.
Got it.
But continuing on, enough of my better written version of the story. And Lori comes in and is reasonable. Well, honestly, Lori said, this is stupid. It's the way things are. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's what the world's like. Big fish eat little fish eat teeny fish. Not here, Chase said. But he whirled, then reared his horn, pierced the night. Not here in Balinor! He came up to all fours with a crash. Lori, her face pale, sat down with a thump.
That's actually, loved everything about that interaction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is
yeah, it was
exactly what you
actually
described
really
about him being traditionalist, but also like it's so in tandem with who Lori is. She's still this spoiled brat, but like her viewpoint of the world very much is there are just some people who are better, and like that bleeds into her viewpoint of everything. Like, she arrives at the correct answer through all of the wrong math, and I love that.
Yeah.
Yeah. And like
It's literally what's that one meme? The worst person you know made a decent point.
Yeah.
yeah. Like none of like ultimately everything that surrounds Chase and Ariana, well, like Ariana more so, but like less so Chase, is original from my thinking. It literally comes from what I glean from the book that the book doesn't capitalize on.
Absolutely.
Like this moment.
It's why this is your Ruby, because like the potential is here. I can see it.
Yes. Yes. Rufus broke the long silence. There is a council of the animals called for the last night of the crescent moon, your majesty. Will you come? Chase turned to Aerie. I must, he said. It will add 2 days to our journey home, but I must be there. So we take a detour.
Detour.
And our supplies are still fucking low, apparently.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Goddamn, Toby, stop eating the Pocky!
Fuck off.
So Chase is very upset. And take this message to all who live in the forest. The law has been broken. Those who broke the law will be judged, and sentence will be passed.
Which I would respond when I first read this is like, okay, so throwing this out there, they literally lost their sense of self.
And the thing that they found that helped them survive and then probably supplanted their sense of self is now their carnivorous nature.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You're fucked. Like, you're going to have to send these guys to rehab at best, but at worst, you're going to have to put them down.
Oh, 100%.
Mhm.
Or you could just, accept how things fucking are.
Yeah. So, there's been mention of food all throughout, like, the couple of books that we've read so far. In here, they're talking about eating cheese and fruit and wheat-based,
Like breads and such.
yeah, breads and stuff. So that's literally all they've ever eaten.
So here's
And
a
that's
problem.
all that they eat now.
Here's a very big problem, and actually this explains a little bit of why they went through their fucking reserves so quickly. Carbs are very high in calorie, but typically speaking, they are not particularly filling. Like, you definitely feel heavier after you eat them, but after an hour or two, you're gonna feel hungry again. Protein is the thing that actually fills your stomach and makes it feel full for subsequent hours. Like, you need something of that nature to actually fill yourself in. You don't even have an
Pescatarian?
a pescatarian diet,
Pescatarian.
which like wouldn't be the most ideal considering it's so lean. Or I guess it could be fatty, if you get like a good tuna or something. But it's like, no wonder people are fucking starving and dying here. I need more than
except for
bread.
the humans. Except for the humans, I guess, because Samlet and his wife, whom we haven't met yet, but and also Annalie, they're all fucking fat.
Yeah.
I was gonna say,
fat.
I could go there and bench press any single fucking person there under the table.
So the thing that I was going to was actually Frieza from Dragon Ball Z Abridged. Good lord, I was led to believe your species subsisted entirely on water. How the hell is he so fat?
It's like, I drank all the water. we killed all the Namekians for that. How do you think I got so fat?
We slaughtered thousands.
Fucking love the end. Lord Kamiguru, fucking best character in that show.
Choke on that.
Choke on it! Choke on it!
Oh,
I miss that series so much.
Now that I've consumed the Lord Kamiguru, I am now the Lord. Sure, that's how that works.
Seems legit.
So Lori still thinks that it's not a big deal. Eri, this hunt is not our problem. Toby shook his head violently. It most certainly is our problem. He began to eat his oats. Grain spilled out of the sides of his muzzle. Animals who hunt deer and rabbit aren't going to stop at that for dinner. He paused, his head up, listening. The howls of the departing wolf pack floated across the crescent moon. I want to be sure those howls are friendly. That they aren't the sound of the shifter's pack hunting. He swallowed his oats with a gulp. Hunting what? Lori asked. Toby blinked at her. Hunting us.
Dun, dun, dun.
I'm glad we are scarily on the same page with a lot of this shit.
Yeah, it's kind of it's very very horrifying, honestly.
Though it does.
Oh.
Sorry.
I was gonna say, like, it most certainly is. Does Mary, the writer of this book, have like a hardcore vegetarian agenda? Is that like?
I don't know.
Okay,
I would have to presume that based on what we're reading here.
If we're talking about like those kind of agendas, the FMA author's agenda for milk is still superior. Well, no, the funniest part about that is like everyone is like, you know, the big joke about like Ed needing to drink his milk.
Yeah.
She grew up on a dairy farm.
That explains a lot, weirdly.
Yeah, I know, right?
So, this also brings into question, like, outside of them being wary about like spies, why were they concerned before about wolves and snakes and shit like that? Because no animals supposedly ate meat or hunted other animals.
The racist, apparently.
Well, what Lori was worried about that, but what about the others? I don't remember them being worried about those.
Not in this book anyway, but there have been other books.
I wish you had highlighted that. I would have kept that in mind.
Mm-hmm. Well, you do forget things that I do highlight because I do highlight a lot, to be fair.
I mean, I was gonna be I was also gonna say, like, my memory is bad, and also on top of that, it's like a third of these books that you keep highlighting, which is fair. It needs to be highlighted.
Completely fair, but
Yeah.
I might be stupid, but
So, chapter 5 has Eri immediately in the second paragraph going to sleep and having a nightmare. Sly foxes nipped at her ankles as she struggled through the nightmare swamps.
Sly as a fox.
Foreshadowing.
Mm.
That's the reason why I highlighted that. Foreshadowing.
Yep. She's gonna be dragged into a swamp by foxes. Yay.
Ta-da! You recognized it.
And then the next day, she says that she's going to go to this place. Chase and I should be able to handle the council, Dr. Bones. And the extra 2 days is through a rough part of the forest. It will... She bit her words off. The tough little vet was sensitive about her age. Eri didn't want to say what she was thinking. That the trip would prove too hard for her old nurse.
She seemed like the most physically competent person in this fucking room.
Yeah, she came back with with not only food, but also like a lot of wood. And she was carrying it by herself.
Yeah. Also, we can handle the council, but you don't know the first thing about what's going to happen there. You have no training. You should be entirely anxious about doing anything political right now. Like,
yep.
I'm still getting over this because, like, the whole premise in The Artificer, in the sequel, Kraft is uncomfortable with the fact that he is the leader of a country against his will. And it's like, it's just because of the circumstances he's been put in, he has to lead them. So it's like, like, that's a whole thing where he's like, I should not be here. I'm doing these things. I'm trying to adapt, but it's not going well. Ugh. Have we randomly mentioned a fighting game this week yet?
Not yet,
Guy
actually.
Slasher isn't here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Sky
Sky
Slasher
Slasher
isn't
hasn't-
here. In his
yeah, hasn't
honor,
been yet.
multiverses. There you go.
Um, and then they're gonna have to take extra measures for safety. You mean sentries at night? That kind of thing? Yeah, that kind of thing. We don't have to worry here near Atalanta's Grove. She caught Ares' surprised glance. Oh yes, I know she came to you and spoke of the quest. I know that what you and Chase have to do. And I'm going to be with you on that trip too. We all need to stay together.
How do you know any of that?
Just shut up and realize that Toby is here with us.
How do you know about the parts you weren't there for?
How did you know what the parts you were there for? Yes.
They argue about it. Ari looked at Dr. Bones shyly. She knew the old lady had been her nurse in the days of when her mother and father sat on the thrones of Balinor, but she still didn't recall her very well.
Okay.
Sure.
You literally just referred to her as your old nurse. Why did you have to say any of that?
Yeah, it's like you don't remember shit very well. You can stop reminding us and have the character actually like do something with that lack of information. I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe start asking for some like clear-cut memories and recollections from other characters that might be able to help fill you in pieces and give you something to latch onto. Although you could also explore with the idea that like you invent memories for yourself that never actually happened based upon what people say. That happens all the time, weirdly enough. People get told a story about something that happened years ago and they like magic themselves into the actual story being told and they don't realize it happens. It's happened to me a couple of times. Where it's like,
because
it's just how our brains
memory-
work.
yeah, memories are reconstructive, not repurposing. There's a word there, but whatever.
It's reconstructive, not recall.
Thank you.
Yeah. What sort of magic do you do? She asked. I mean, if it's okay for you to tell me. Oh, a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Can you send someone through the gap? I? Certainly not. That takes a 100% committed wizard. I can cure warts, make a few love potions, help a cow give better milk. She gave Ares' cheeks a tearful rub. Not anything like yours will be, when you retrieve the royal scepter. Certainly not like the Dream Speaker's magic.
Okay, so that's new information. A 100% committed wizard. Not at all how any of that was ever depicted prior to this.
Yeah, remember how remember when the like getting through the gap was like actually like really hard and few people have ever done it? Nah, man. Committed wizards.
Yeah, I was gonna
They
say
can do a
just
lot.
one guy with a book. We can do this.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, wait, no, sorry. Remember when it used to be that no one had ever crossed the gap? And then it turned
No.
into a few people have crossed the gap. And now we're at the point where it's like, oh yeah, no, there is a commonly well-known thing that can be done in order to cross the gap. And literally you just need one person to do it. It's like, all right. Also, make a few love potions. Elaborate? Excuse me?
No.
That is not an insubstantial mention there. That is a very powerful fucking thing. Like,
Correct.
holy shit.
However-
I remember the huge discourse that happened in the Harry Potter fandom when there were love potions introduced and all the fuckery that happened with that. And everyone talking about the nature of consent. Fucking with someone's brain on the level of a love potion is really dangerous territory. And you're mentioning offhand like you've used it multiple times for multiple people across. Excuse me?
I do think I got your parents together.
Jesus
also,
Christ. That was Voldemort's
like
whole
your-
thing, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was.
yeah,
He was
plot relevant
he was
because he
conceiving
was
the effect of a love potion.
yeah, which meant that he was unable to understand what love was because he was conceived through a loveless union.
Jesus Christ, you can't just drop this on us, Balinor.
It's very telling that we can sit here and say that Harry Potter did something better than you.
Okay, you know what? Like Harry Potter gets a lot of shit, but it's a fine series. It has problems all over the place, sure, but it's fine.
What book
But
doesn't, honestly?
that is true.
Like, I I am a very critical person, but I also like to bite back when people like go and say that a book is bad because they found any flaws in it at all. Because when you pay
Yeah.
attention enough, you're going to eventually find a flaw. Are you just going to never be satisfied with any kind of media that you consume just because you don't find it perfect?
I was
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
say,
That's
100%.
ridiculous.
yeah, high concept shit like fantasy and science fiction, genre writing, for lack of a better term. At some point, it's going to break down. I mean,
Yes.
you're going to have to get down to like, okay, well, the physics are going to be wonky here or whatever. Nothing is bulletproof, and even
Mhm.
things that like are like
Right.
I always recite Primer as like one of my favorite films of all time because it has such a tightly wound time travel story. They never really explain the device because they can't. Literally, there is no way. They just hand wave, oh, we were trying to build one thing, we accidentally built time machine. Steins Gate's the same way. We accidentally built a time machine out of a fucking microwave and a telephone. It's like we
Yeah.
like eventually once you start breaking into like, well, how does a microwave and a telephone turn into a time machine? It's like that's the conceit. That's the whole thing. You start
Yeah.
digging into that, you're going to start getting all the flaws that like you can't fix because it doesn't exist.
Yeah, like
True.
you don't need to explain that stuff. Like
No.
I
Don't explain
when
the
I
magic.
had yeah, when I had that discussion with you about Harry Potter, I mentioned that one person who was going off on all the flaws of Harry Potter and
Yeah.
how the world building was bad because
X, Y, and
the
Z.
the
Yeah.
wizard
Oh, yeah, that one.
the wizards accepted Christianity.
I
It's
forgot
like,
about that.
how is that a flaw? the According to the lore of the world, wizards separated themselves from the Muggle world in the 1300s. Christianity has been well established in Europe well before then. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't they be Christian?
And I was gonna
That's
say it
perfectly
also
fair.
it
I'll take
removes a
the
thing. Like one thing that I was going to do with one of my book series is introduce the idea of anomalies that can't be accounted for. Because like in my own superhero book series, I was going to harken back that throughout all of time you had characters, effectively the Greek gods and the Norse gods and different god pantheons were these different superheroes. It's just over the years they've taken on different forms and the like, and it goes into a whole thematic thing. There's a genetic reason for these things. But there were still things outside of that, including one of the main characters in the first two books, that kind of defied understanding even within the framework of the superpowers. Like they were still something beyond our comprehension. Even though we had a scientific understanding of one weird phenomena, there were still other things we didn't understand. And so like Jesus, Buddha, although Buddha was more philosopher, I don't know if he had any miracles to him, but like any like perceived miracles of the past could theoretically be something outside of the scope of the superheroes angle. So like that kind of stuff. Like they're like miracles that just couldn't be accounted for.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
But no, I will take the L on that one. That was a hasty statement on my part.
Yeah.
It's all fine.
I'm not sitting here thinking, oh no, they're insulting me. I feel
Yeah.
so aghast.
Jesus was a mutant. You got it in one. There you go.
No, Jesus
Yeah,
was a
there you go.
JoJo. We've been over this.
His stand is the Holy Spirit.
Exactly.
Oh! Your water is now wine. Dun 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 dun.
Real talk, actually. Do you know that meme?
No, I actually don't.
Steel Ball Run. Jesus shows up and he has the star of the Joestars.
Yeah.
He's canonically a JoJo.
No, that makes so much sense. Because
Exactly.
because Jesus is not his name.
Yeah.
His name is
I know.
Joseph. I love that. I love that. That's actually I'm not interested at all in JoJo's, but that's hilarious to me. That's great.
Oh no, it is peak Araki, just throwing it in, everyone accepting it as like, yep, that's a thing now. We accept this.
Continuing on though.
Indeed.
And even she has limits, Ari echoed thoughtfully. What about the old mare of the mountain? Dr. Bones straightened up with a jerk. Her fierce blue eyes held Aries. Oh yes, there is that. There is a deep magic beyond the Celestial Valley, and the old mare is a part of it. But none of us know much about her. Now, Your Highness, let's get packed up and rolling. It's a bit of a jaunt to Staines Falls, and the sun's almost over the hilltop.
We killing heroes now?
Apparently.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, they like Dr. Bones almost seems afraid of the old mare of the mountain.
But she also seems kind of surprised that it's being mentioned.
Yeah.
It's like, wait, didn't you hear the whole conversation I had with Atalanta? I kind of tuned out halfway through. It was kind of boring. It's like, that's half this book.
Yeah.
You have no idea how easy it is to just fall asleep and not really care about what that chick is doing.
So Ari suggests that they split up. No,
Look,
Your
those-
Highness.
Sorry.
Yes, Dr. Bones. Ari took a deep breath, lowered her chin, and said in the most impressive imperial voice, I command it. So Dr. Bones is not happy about that. But
wonder why.
she...
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
going to say, if I were Dr. Bones, I'd be like, yeah, no. What? You're disobeying your princess? Yes, actually.
I'll
You
face
have no
treason later.
idea what the fuck you're doing right now. I am here to guide you. That is my job. I don't take orders from you. You take orders from me until you're ready. And who determines when I'm ready? I fucking do. All right? So
Yeah.
sit down, shut up. I'm coming with you.
I'm pretty sure that is the plot to I can't remember which manga it was, but it was like the equivalent of a like the three generals story, and like the guy's like, oh, I want to do this, this, and this, and then his advisor just like, yeah, we're not doing any of that. but I'm the prince, and I don't care.
But she says, so be it. Ari let her breath out. You don't mind? She said anxiously. I just feel it's for the best. Poor Lori is so homesick. I feel sorry for her. We're going to have to find a way for her to get back to Glacier River. If you can't do it, we'll have to find someone who can. In the meantime, I know she'll feel more at home in the village. She's afraid of the forest, afraid of the animals, afraid of everything here. But Dr. Bones ignores her.
Mhm.
Dr. Bones? Let me know when you wish to leave, Your Royal Highness, she bowed.
I hear the sarcasm in that delivery.
Yeah. And then she goes to sulk over at Chase. She's angry with me, but Chase, it's for the best. Perhaps, he said gravely. There's a price that royals pay, Ari. You have just seen part of it now. Your subjects must obey you, but they may not like you for it.
That's not how that works.
No, not at all.
No.
Like, especially because like there's an element to it that like she has no power. It's like the reason why people follow nobility is because they have power. And
They
like
have money,
they have
influence,
money,
what have you.
influence, that sort of thing. Ari literally has jack shit other than just being the blood heir and needing to get these magic items and shit. That's it.
Yeah.
Like, if you get power, fine, you can start ordering people around, but no one's going to give you the time of day other than to help you get your power back. After that, they will take your orders, but like, you also have to demonstrate wisdom or people will overthrow you.
What's the old quote? You can be feared or respected, never be hated.
Yes.
Yeah. Other than that, I do like that in the sense that this book is trying to show that there is nuance to being royalty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I don't think that I ever really saw that in a lot of the children's books that I read as a kid.
It is weirdly rare in a lot of children's material.
Mm-hmm.
Because they
It's
want to get
just
into
a shame
they want
that-
to go into politics, that's why.
Yeah, it's just a
Yeah,
shame
but-
that, like, it's not done very well in this book.
Mm-hmm.
So then they split up. They wait until they go over the. Bless you.
Thank you.
Gesundheit.
They wait until they made it safely across the river before going to where they need to go. I think I'd like to. Let's see. I think I'd like to be there to greet them as they arrive. Do you feel up to a canter? She felt him dance underneath her the tips of his hooves. The muscles on his back rippled in anticipation. I would welcome a canter, milady. She cued him, tapped her left heel against his side, raised the right rein slightly, and he sprang into a steady, joyful canter that made the miles speed away. So, just the small reason why I highlighted that was like, you just asked him with your words, but then you also had to tap your heels against his sides. It's just a very odd thing, you know?
How does this work? How does any of this work?
Yeah.
Just Chase being like, "Ow, you didn't need to do that."
Yeah.
Use your words, lady.
I mean, that could be a whole element of this. She's used to riding horses, and so like it's like a whole community. Like, why are you doing that? It kind of chafes, and it's like, oh, that's just you can just ask me to canter. It's like, I can, I guess. That's like this moment of like dawning realization, and like you could still have that throughout different parts of the books going forward, but like less and less. Like she's like you could even like flip it on its head later, but like as the books go on, she uses her words more and only occasionally reflexively like falls back onto like nonverbal commands. But then at some point later on, she goes back to Earth and has to get on a regular horse, and she's like, "Go forward," and it's like it doesn't move, and she's like, "Oh, right." It just does the actual thing she's supposed to. Like you could flip a lot of that and have fun with that.
Yeah, exactly.
It's simple thing of like just when I was getting used to just using my words.
She asks who made the road. I do not, milady. It is called the mountain road, for that is where it leads. There are no villages or towns here, this far from Balinor itself. Perhaps the magic of the forest folk had created and maintained it.
Are there any other mountains? Is this the only mountain?
I guess not. I don't know.
Also, people do build villages in mountains for any number of reasons. There are resources up there, like mining places. You can
local dwarves in shambles over here.
Fresh water harvesting. Like there's such like that. There's actually some rather moderate locations in mountains. Why are we discounting that people could live up there?
I recently went on a trip with my family, and one of the big things we did was go on like a 3-mile plus hike up a mountain, and on the top of that mountain is a cafe where they literally like pack animal everything up, and the owner just lives up there.
Nice.
Yeah, it was a great place. Wonderful coffee.
You were part of a Kimono Friends episode.
Yeah, at that point.
So, they arrive roughly in the area in a little less than an hour, and Chase asks, Eri asks Chase, "Do you want to stop?" "No, but you do," he called back. "Your left leg is cramping, isn't it?" It was, but Eri refused to give in to it. "It's fine, we'll go on." More of her being a fucking martyr.
Yeah, and it's like, and this is why your fucking legs hurt.
Yeah.
You can't help it. The simple lesson that a lot of books have of you can't help anyone if you ignore the like pain to yourself.
Yep.
You and your mother enjoyed watching Kimono Friends with you. Oh, I'm so happy. That's such a good little show.
Aww. It is. Eri wondered if the day would come when Chase would refuse her. The laws governing the bonded pair were strict.
Sorry, it's been a while. I'm letting that one through.
You know what? I'll be honest. I was thinking it too. I couldn't.
I was going to say, look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I'm the only one not seeing. I'm the only one seeing this. All right, I'm not.
No. I recognize it too.
I'm just the only one without the self-control to admit it, to acknowledge
Okay,
this.
no, look at my eyes, Raymond. Look at my googly eyes. Look at how much they see. They never blink.
I was literally there telling you this book has so much innuendo in it.
I'm just watching, like, she, like, walks out, like, veiled in only, like, a towel, and she drops it to the floor, and she just, like, he canters past her, just pushes her away with it. It's like, move out of the way, bitch, there's hay over here.
No,
The
he goes
laws
like,
governing-
my lady, I don't know what you want. Sorry.
The laws governing a bonded pair were strict, and that she must be recalled of her life before the accident in the gap. The human partner in a bonded pair was to be obeyed, as all riders should be obeyed by the steeds they ride, whether they are unicorns, horses, or even, as Aerie had once seen at Glacier, farm cows. A rider's cues were made with hand, feet, legs, and body balance. Communication was about the animal's physical movements was limited.
Okay, so we're
So,
getting a little bit of that introspection.
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Better late than never, but you could have mentioned that literally when the moment happened, but okay.
Yeah. Suddenly, Chase halts, and Aerie asks, "What is it, Chase?" He said nothing, merely snorted. Then in her mind she heard, "There is something trailing us."
Important question. Did
Following
you snort
us?
using your horn or your nostrils?
Horn. Obviously, we've been over this.
Yeah. Chase jerked impatiently. "What do you mean, trailing us?" she thought at him. "Tracking us. Hunting us. The hunt. Was it one of his own animals turned traitor?"
Can they send
And then
music over their link?
Huh?
Like, I'm listening to an MP3 in my head. Can I transmit that to you magically through my horn?
So, like I told you guys last time, I didn't quite do it as dutifully as I did with this one, but remember that I said that orange means, in my eyes at least, good writing.
Yeah.
Yes.
She cast a quick look at the surrounding forest. There, a large pine tree, perhaps a quarter of a mile ahead. If they could reach the tree before their stalker sprang, they might have a chance. She felt it, a large, sinuous shadow gliding on the ground behind them. They reached the large pine tree. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a metallic flash of scales. She dismounted quietly, her back to the trunk of the tree. She turned her knife from its sheath and passed it in a slow half-circle. Beside her, Chase lowered his horn. "I hope it's not a snake," she thought at Chase. "Anything except a..." It dropped from the tree, winding around Chase's neck with the terrible certainty of a hangman's noose. Chase reared, trumpeting his battle cry. Aerie shrieked with rage. She sprang up, knife poised to slash, but her great stallion was too tall. The serpent, at least 2 feet thick and 15 feet long,
Holy
wound
shit!
its scaly...
Yeah.
Yeah. Wound its scaly length tighter and tighter around the unicorn's neck. Chase's eyes bulged. His war cry was cut off. Aerie leaped and leaped again. Her left leg gave way. She fell hard against the tree, her breath knocked from her lungs. The snake's head was diamond-shaped, its eyes flat, black and evil. A long red tongue flicked from its mouth, a sinister whip with poison at the tip.
I'm sorry, that is like the chodiest fucking viper in the world. Like 2 feet thick. That I'm gonna assume that means diameter, not radius, because Jesus Christ, if that was radius, fucking chunky boy. But still, like, oh my god, I'm trying to imagine what that's like. Like, I'm imagining. Okay, so if like I'm presuming like my foot to my knee is about 2 feet. I don't know. It's no, my hip maybe. I'm trying to figure out like exactly what portion of my body, and then 15 feet. Jesus Christ! I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sun Chaser's just dead.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, he's gone. He's gone.
Oh, and it's poisonous?
Yeah, apparently it doesn't have fangs, but it does have a poison tongue.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that is kind of fantasy.
Yeah. It's neat.
So, she scrambles up the tree and then asks Chase to come closer to the tree so that she could get at the snake. He rolled his eyes, dark with agony, then whirled and smashed his body against the tree trunk. Eri bent far from the branch, her father's knife in her right hand, her left clutching the punishing bark. She slashed at the flat black eyes, knowing that this was the most vulnerable part of a snake, and that she had no hope of slashing the ropey scaliness free from Chase. Ariana, it hissed. You get off him, she panted. You leave him alone. She reached out with her knife again, too far this time, and fell. Instinctively, she rolled herself into a ball, protecting her already scarred legs from further hurt. She landed with a thump at the base of the tree, slamming her head against the gnarled root. Above her, Chase whirled and spun, ducked and kicked. With a sudden, ferocious burst of power, he swung his neck against the tree. The snake's head connected with the trunk with an audible thud.
It's stunned, Chase. It's stunned. It has the stunned condition.
Yeah, I know. That's why I didn't highlight that part, because I was like, that's stupid. I'm just gonna ignore that.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm frustrated here because like, just tell Jace to crouch down.
Yeah.
You didn't have to climb up in a tree to do all this. You could just had him crouch down, and it would have been way easier to cut him free.
Yeah, that is true.
But this
Is
is
it
more
dead?
dramatic.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Is it dead? Eri asked in a half-whisper. Chase's head was low. He breathed in great gulps of air. Grasping her knife firmly, Eri crept closer. She held her breath. The flat, black eyes snapped open. The snake struggled weakly, then fell back. It looked at her. The look was cold and as venomous as Eri had ever seen. Come closer, it whispered. Closer. Eri held her knife up so that the snake could see it. I'll use this, she threatened. She'd edged nearer carefully. Above her, Chase gasped and coughed. Who are you? She demanded. Who sent you? Where did you come from?
I'm Cotton Eye Joe. Where did you go?
Why was that so synced?
Dude, we must be related. Like, we have to. We have to be related somehow. There is no way that we're not.
You're Irish, right?
Yeah.
Oh shit, same.
Okay, somewhere in there. Also, Eri, don't fucking approach the snake that's telling you to come closer. That's a very bad idea. Like, you shouldn't even be talking with it. You should just be stabbing this fucking thing that tried to murder your goddamn husband.
Princess, it hissed. Oh, princess, my master would have a speech with you sometime. Sometime, perhaps. In the valley. Come to the valley. I fucking hate when they do the snake thing with the elongated S's in books.
I'm always torn because I like writing characters' dialogue in reflection of how they sound, but I understand how that can become annoying because I actually wrote a very thick Scottish accent for a character once, and even when I toned it down, reading back on it, it's like, that is actually very uncomfortable to read. So it's like, I'm always torn between like how far you need to take it. I think you just got to be very careful with it and always use very subtlety, unless they are supposed to be nigh ununderstandable.
Yeah. So the snake slinks off. We fought it off, he said.
Shit, killed it.
What about the next time? Eri said. And the time after that. Oh, Chase, I don't think I can do this. I'm so afraid. He didn't speak for a moment. The rain dripped from the trees. It grew colder. Eri leaned against the warmth of Chase's body. Finally, her shivering stopped. Are you ready? Chase asked, his voice deep and kind. No, I'm not ready, Eri said bitterly. I'll never be ready. I didn't ask for this, Chase. I didn't want to be the princess.
I didn't ask for
But
this.
you are.
I was about to do that.
But you are, Chase said, and the council waits for us. If you decide, Ariana, that we cannot do this, then I will go with you wherever you wish. Back to Glacier River Farm to teach young humans to ride, or back to Balinor or some small village where we can live in peace, where no one will know who we are.
No.
Eri wiped her face.
No, not at all.
Like, her whole reason for accepting was the fact that she couldn't, like, make Chase just a regular horse again and deny him that he was the Lord of the Animals, and he's just like, yeah, I'll do it if you want to.
Like, I mean, I get it. Like, he's trying to please her, and it's like that. There's like a whole conversation about like self-sacrifice there that you could probably take an angle on. But like more go back to Balinor or some small village where we can live in peace, where no one will know who we are. No, that's evidently not something you can just do. People will fucking recognize you. It happened within the first like hour.
Yeah.
This is honestly like one like page conversation between Merry and Pippin from Lord of the Rings, where they're going like, we could just go back home, and they fully recognize, yeah, if we don't stop Sauron, there won't be a home.
Yeah, there's that too. Like I'm completely like jumping that line because that's just so obvious.
Oh, true, but ugh.
Eri wiped her face. She took a long, shuddering breath. No, she said. I'm not letting a miserable snake stand in the way of peace in Balinor. So then they reached the council.
Also, throwing this out there, miserable snake. His name's Larry. He's great help in the community when he's not like possessed by Entia the Shifter, our enemy. So, like, come on. Have you seen how thick that boy is? He can do all the work.
I run the homeless shelter. Ignore that the homeless population has been steadily declining, though. What? Pay no attention to that.
That's a good thing. That means they got homes, right? Right.
Yeah. they have a roof over their head.
Dakota Miller. Asmodeus. Come with Asmodeus.
Oh
I will show you eternity.
Oh my god, yes.
I loved that show.
It was nice.
I haven't read the books, but I loved the show as a kid.
What show was that?
Redwall.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay, I've never seen Redwall.
Well, it was on the list for my childhood shows, but we only ever got by random happenstance with the roll of the dice. We only ever got like
the live action
shows. So we never actually got to any of the cartoons except for when I forced it. But yeah, Redwall was one of the shows that I was going to show you guys. The animals came slowly to the council. First was a pair of foxes. The male fox, a vibrant red with black mask and golden eyes, and the vixen, a multicolored swirl of brown, cream, and gray. They sat quietly at the edge of the meadow. Then came the deer, timid and graceful. Why timid if you die from being hunted?
No, they were made fun of in middle school.
A raccoon with a clever and merry face. 3 bears, just like in the fairy tale that Eri apparently knows for some reason.
Sure.
A huge black male, a smaller dun-colored female, and a cub, who chattered and giggled until his mother pushed him gently onto his father's back. He clung there, button-eyes bright, and hummed a tiny song to himself. The meadow was full by... Yeah, it is cute. The meadow was full by the time the sun went down. The pool was filled with otter and beaver. The crescent moon was thin, pale, and shed no light. The sun chaser was a vivid spot of bronze in the gloom. The ruby jewel glowed crimson at the base of his horn. The animals faded slowly into shadow, and all Aerie could see was the occasional flash of a yellow eye. She thought she saw Sandy and Rufus and Tige with the gathering pack of wolves, but she wasn't certain. A lion came into the clearing.
Okay, so what kind of lion is important? Are we talking like a cougar? Or are we talking like, Lion King here, Savannah type style?
Mufasa looking head ass.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it's implied that it's supposed to be like an African lion.
Fucking hell, Aslan.
Yeah. But even the great Aslan rolls over and shows his belly to the great sun chaser.
Okay, all right, I guess.
Yeah, sure, fine.
Yeah. My lord, the lion said. He braced himself with his heavy forepaws. Slowly, deliberately, he settled onto his side, then rolled over onto his back, exposing his belly to the sun chaser's sharp horn. Aerie blinked. Even the lion showed obedience to the sun chaser. She tried not to laugh at the thought of Balinor villagers rolling over like that to show their loyalty. It was a good thing people and animals were different.
Ari, you gotta take the chance here. Slide off of Chase and start giving that lion belly rubs. You're never going to have this opportunity again.
And you will regret it.
You will regret it.
So the lion's name is Vanax.
And fucking a prescription medication?
I was about to say, tell your doctor.
Ask your doctor if you think Vanax is right for you.
At this point, bro, what the fuck, man? Is it same brain type shit or?
I don't know. I think this is idiot to idiot peer communication.
Clearly.
Vanax rolled to his feet. And it is good to see you again, Sunchaser, Lord of the Animals, bonded to the royal house of Balinor. The animals of the forest welcome you. So painful.
Full titles, like it's okay. Is someone did someone give me an etiquette lesson here? In the Middle Ages, when you had like lords and ladies, was it normal to always just like when you say hello to someone, just be like, "Ah, yes, hello, Lord Dukinson of Gallery." What?
When you come into like the court / it's like a big meeting, you're announced with your full titles, but you're just called Lady or Lord X or Y or my liege or what have you.
Yeah, I was gonna say in a casual context or even like a context like this might be the instance where you have that shit read out, but it's not. It's not even treated that way. It's treated as an introduction when you introduce someone or when people.
It's because everyone recognizes that we've got shit to do.
I just yes, I know who I am. Please continue on your way. And actually, that would be a great like joke. It's like people keep doing that. I was like, yes, I know. It's great. Good. Keep going.
I have been gone too long. I have returned to disappointment and despair. There are fewer of our brothers and sisters here than there have been ever before. I do not see the cougars. The ferrets are absent, and others. Too many. They have joined the hunt.
Okay, so yeah, that answers the line question. All right.
Yep.
Yeah.
The tip of Vanax's tail twitched back and forth. He growled low in his throat. Yes, your majesty. Chase's eye darkened in anger. There are laws against the hunt. Since humans and animals first celebrated the bond, it is so. It is so, the forest creatures responded.
That great.
The punishment.
God damn it! I was gonna do that or so say we all. Either or. Ah! Same wavelength tonight. Jesus.
I love it. I'm actually having a lot of fun.
I'm loving it too.
The punishment is the breaking of the bond. Those animals who will hunt will be forever mute. Before judgment is passed, are there those who would speak for the traitors? An uneasy silence fell over the council. Finally, a voice from the back hissed out, "They are afraid to speak." Eri jumped. She knew that voice. The snake. All that may speak without fear at the all may speak without fear at the council. I don't know why that was hard to say. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
The Sun Chaser said gravely, "This is neutral ground. Any may come and go at will." "Proof," the snake called out. "Proof of amnesty." Eri narrowed her eyes and searched in the dimness of the meadow. Was it there, the creature, in the hedge of sumac? In that hedge of sumac, sorry.
I mean, like, okay, prove a negative. We won't attack you.
Yeah.
Yes,
Sure.
we won't have our word. I guess. Also,
Yeah,
like Chase, you gotta know the response is gonna be like, yeah, I'm just gonna stand here and I'm gonna stand here and represent the people that are currently going out there eating other people. Like that's
yeah.
people aren't gonna. I mean, I'm trying to imagine it from their point of view. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna totally stand up and come to bat for the cannibals.
But yeah, Chase says my word is proof enough. So, Sun Chaser.
Also, I'll be right back.
Lord, sure. Lord of the animals. Bah! The red tongue flicked in the air. The snake rose on its tail like a cobra and began to sway back and forth. I'm not gonna do the S thing because I'm pretty sure that sounds very annoying.
It does, and thank you.
My master calls to you, all to the hunt. You, Vanax. The lion's tail twitched faster and faster. Do you not dream of the hunt at night? And you, Basil, Dill. The pair of foxes jumped and snarled at the snake. Do not your eyes and noses entice you to follow the tracks of the nice, juicy rabbit? The snake stood still, its lipless mouth stretched into a wide grin. This is the right way, the way of prey. My master will give this all to you who wish to join him. Jace repeats himself, that is not the way of Balinor. Is this all that you have in the way of defense, Snake? It is all the defense we need, the snake said. It is just because the hunt is in our nature. Come, bear, fox, cougar, join us and be free. Join the shifter and become mute forever, Chase said. The bonds with humans will be broken past retrieving. That is the punishment. Oh.
I would love if the snake was just like, okay, where's that line? Sorry, I just got back in. Where? Come, bear, fox, cougar, join it. Wait, what the fuck is a bear?
Yo, bro, who the fuck are you?
Who invited you guys? Just Yogi Bear's like, I don't know. I just found this picnic basket.
The snake swiveled suddenly. Its eyes glowed red. And how will you accomplish that, great one? Mighty unicorn. Powerful one, it laughed again. Aries' skin crawled, sorry.
Our eyes crawled, oh no. Oh!
Ah, shit. Ah, shit.
You have no magic. This one, it hissed, ducking its head towards Aerie. This one is only the shell of the princess. She has no power. Not yet, Aerie said. She stood up. Her knees were shaking, but her voice was clear and firm. But I shall retrieve the scepter, a snake. And when I do, all will be well in Balinor.
I will now tell you my plan and current goals, because you surely will not share that with anyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So you seek my master? You and that four-legged fool. We await you, princess. We look forward to it. We will welcome you, Ariana, to the Valley of Fear.
You see,
Dun, dun,
that
dun.
was the That's the thing that I was trying to avoid, dude. You shouldn't have mentioned that at all. Also, I have to like, okay, so they're preying on the internal instincts of all the different animals there, and this raises several more questions that I should have raised earlier, but I'm glad it paces out. So how does evolution exactly work in Balinor if it's been separated from Earth for millennia, for hundreds of years, sorry, millions of years? Because like if everything evolved together and humans were still produced, but everything evolved being able to communicate with each other, unless that happened very recently in history, I'm trying to.
Convergent evolution on this scale is impossible.
It's impossible because apparently there's a law against giving into your actual natural instincts, and everyone's forced to be vegetarian. All the carnivores would just die out.
Or like evolve into no longer having fangs and claws or whatever have you.
Yeah.
Like
you become vegetarian. You become yeah.
The T-Rex has not became what it was because it was having trouble eating the leaves off the shit.
Yeah.
I honestly do wonder if Mary Stanton was a creationist.
Oh.
I didn't think of that.
A creationist vegan.
Yep.
Except for the milk, I guess.
Well, no, vegetarians can still drink milk and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, that's why I said vegan. I specified the difference.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm assuming that everyone here is vegetarian in this world because they still do produce milk.
But Sean Full Dark raises a good question. What happens when an animal dies? What about scavengers?
Yeah, they bury their dead?
I guess so.
Squirrel graveyard.
Under the great tree.
Actually, you know what? There could be some cool world building there, honestly, where you like every squirrel is buried with a nut to grow a new tree. That's actually a cool idea there.
I both like that and it's cute.
So the snake fucks off and Chase Van X wants to go after it and kill it, but Chase says no because that would break the rules of the council.
Robbie Hughes, that's just a Seventh-day Adventist. Okay.
Oh.
Vegetarians and a lot of them are creationists. Interesting.
Okay.
Didn't know that.
So it's possible.
Yeah.
We're learning new things here.
Yep. You are going to the Valley of Fear? Basil asked. We must. Arya hoped that she didn't sound as scared as she felt. Oh my! The fox rubbed his pointed nose with his paw. Oh my! The vixen darted up beside him and gave him a sharp nudge. For goodness sake, Basil, get a grip. Don't shove me, Dill, the fox said crossly. I'll shove you if I please, Dill shot back. I'll shove you whenever I like. I say, if Her Royal Highness and His Majesty are going on a quest to the Valley of Fear, then of course they'll go get the scepter back, just because the place is filled with shadow unicorns and ghouls. Monsters, Basil said gloomily. Hideous mutants, Dill added. That doesn't mean that one unicorn and one princess won't be able to find the lair of the shifter, battle the shadow herd, and find their way out again, and bring the scepter to safety. When you put it like that, Dill, I'll put it any way I like, Basil. It doesn't seem safe for them to go alone. Dill nodded in satisfaction. Right, she turned to Aerie, ducked her head in a short bow, and said, You need an army, Your Royal Highness.
So these two are definitely betraying them.
Fly as a fox.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, even beyond that foreshadowing that we had earlier, these two being like, oh yeah, and just playing up how dangerous it is, but being like, oh, don't worry, we'll take care of you. We'll protect you. That's too obvious to me. These guys are evil, and that's okay. If this were well written, that snake just set them up to not be quote unquote in terms of like, I'm going to highlight you guys, and you guys refuse me, and that'll make you look good to her.
But here, Arya's response should be, okay, I was born at night, not last night.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry that you're gonna be disappointed, Raymond.
Okay.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So they continue on with their argument and setting up the army, or the idea of the army. Us? Basil yelped. You want us to be the army? Just think for a minute, Basil. She turned and addressed Aerie with a casual flip of her tail. We might even see if we can coax Noki the dragon out of her cave for once. She's gained a lot of weight, Basil said doubtfully. But she's a dragon, Dill said, and everyone's afraid of dragons, even those in the Valley of Fear. Honestly, Basil, don't you agree with me just once without some stupid argument? Stop, a voice behind Chase said. There will be no army. Dill thinks that Chase is the one that spoke for some reason, and then she, gets angry at him.
Also, Chase, no... Excuse me? No army?
Yeah.
Chase! They have legion of fucking...
Someone other than Chase. It's not Chase.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Someone behind Chase said. Dill thought that Chase spoke, and then she started arguing with him about it.
Okay.
And he was just like, I didn't say shit.
Yeah.
How many fat comments does this make? It's actually been a while since we've had a fat comic, but there we can add one to the count again. Although I will add, a fat dragon is terrifying. Also impossible given what we know about the setting. But
yeah.
What has it been eating?
Trees.
I guess.
It's like broccoli to them. High in fiber.
You know what? Ugh.
Very fat dragon, but man, are they regular.
So, the voice speaks again. Aerie and Chase looked around, looking for who had spoken, but no one was there. Aerie leaned back against the granite rock. Then she leaped forward. The rock was alive. Aerie backed into Chase.
She couldn't smell what it was cooking.
The granite rock swelled with the heavy breathing of an animal. Slowly, the rock softened and took shape in the summer dark. It was a unicorn, an old gray unicorn. The hair on her ears was stiff and white. Her back was swayed. Her horn was short and chipped in places. Whiskers covered her chin. But her eyes were youthful, clear, and as transparent as water.
You know, when I first read that, I was actually really hoping that it was going to be a turtle.
Same. I was like, oh, Muriel. It's Muriel. Come to save this fic. He has come, Pope Turtle has come to save the story.
Indeed. Praise be the Turtle Pope.
So,
Miriam, sorry.
Remember in the last book, with the jewelwright Minge, he rode in on an old swayback unicorn that had whiskers coming out of its ears and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
This is why I thought that he was riding in on the Mayor of the Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
The old Mayor of the Mountain.
Mm.
Just that was why I made that comment last time.
I see.
Let's see. Well, the old mare said. She coughed, a deep, hollow cough. She stretched her neck forward. Armies! Never heard of such nonsense in all my life. Aerie wasn't sure where it came from, or even why she felt it, but the old mare of the mountain radiated power and strength. Aerie felt very small in the presence of this being. The ancient body, the scraggly coat, the stiff, whiskery hair, all coated in a magnificent power. Milady? The dream speaker said you might come, if it is you. The unicorn stopped scratching her ear and pulled her hind leg down and peered at Aerie. But are you the old mare of... Aerie started to speak. Be still! The voice was thunder. It filled the council grove. The animals moaned. She settled into the ground and curled up like a unicorn foal. She began to turn back into rock. The granite crept up her sides, crossed her flanks, and moved up her neck.
But her eyes remained locked on Aries' clear, young, vibrant eyes. She said, "Now that I think about it, yes, I am the old mare." She yawned, showing yellow teeth worn by years of grazing. "And I have a word for you. Or two." Aerie, hypnotized, gazed into those clear, clear eyes. "Pay attention, human child." Aerie jumped. The old mare's voice was suddenly booming, shaking the trees. "Six shall find the scepter royal, the quick, the smart, the brave, the loyal. Of humans there shall be but two, one young and one whose past is new. Of six who go, two wait to learn. Three of six shall not return."
So one of those 6 is Lori, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I mean, sorry, one of those 3 is Lori, right?
Well,
Which
we
one?
don't know yet.
The ones that will not return. They just come back. What happened to Lori? Nothing.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
They're gonna spend half of the book trying to piece this out.
Fucking really.
Yes, they are. It's
6 people are going to go find the scepter. There's a quick one, a smart
Yes.
one, a brave one, and a loyal one, and there's 2 humans. One's young and one who's new. That's Lori and you guys. We've already got 2 of the identities down. We know one is Chase, so that's probably what? Well, actually, I don't know. Actually, I guess the mayor is smart. No, that would be the doctor's. I don't know which of these. But we've got the doctor, we've got Chase, we've got Toby, and we've got the mayor. Did I get that all right?
We shall see, I suppose.
also,
But
and everyone's thinking of it like Oracle of Delphi. Anyone?
yeah,
It came out beforehand, but like, come on.
I do at least like this little rhyme scheme.
It's
Oh,
well
yeah.
written.
I will
it's a
say
written
that.
little. It's a well written little poem. Yeah.
I do like it.
Yeah. It was a message for you, Your Royal Highness, Dill said respectfully. "Ah, to think I have lived to see this. Most of us would not expect to see the deep magic once in a lifetime. Not once in 3 lifetimes."
That deep. It was a poem.
I'm
Deep magic is
assuming
in
that
poems.
I'm assuming that turning in a rock turning into a unicorn and then turning back into a rock was considered part of the deep magic.
I don't exactly consider that rock and roll. Bottoms.
Are you going to a ballroom blitz afterwards, though?
Oh,
Now
maybe. Gotta kickstart my
Now
heart
what
somehow.
about this? Now what about this army chase? I think it's a pretty good idea myself. "Six shall find the scepter royal," Dill quoted. "No armies for us, Your Royal Highness. She said 6, and she meant 6.
Okay, fuck you. I'm forming an army. So who can lift a sword? Oh, that's right, you're animals.
Okay,
Okay,
so-
we'll figure
So-
something else out.
So
Also-
throwing something out, we can we can put spears on the sides of the horses.
Yeah. Immediately, it just kills your idea that the foxes are kind of evil, right?
Uh-huh.
I-
Instantly, the old mayor is just like, nah, the plot's this, bitches.
The Valley of Fear sounds like a terrible place, Aerie said frankly. "But we have to get the scepter. Our odds will be better if we have an army behind us." Dill stared at her. Rather rudely, Aerie thought. "It's the deep magic," she repeated loudly as if to a child. "Six shall find—" "Yes, yes," Aerie said. "I heard." "Her Highness does not have all of her memory," Chase said. He had recovered from the shock of the old mare's visitation. "We are hoping that is, the dream speaker has said that the princess will recover everything of her former life when the scepter is in her hands." He bent his head. His dark eyes looked directly into Ares. "We have no choice, milady. The old mare has told us the way. She has told us what must be."
This is the way.
Oh. Yep.
Like right to good.
Indeed.
"Oh," Aerie rubbed her forehead. "Then we go into the Valley of Fear with just 6? Which 6? "The quick, the smart, the brave," Dill said. That's pretty obvious to me. The quick is Basil here, and I'm the smart one. Basil and Dill argue about who is smart and who is quick.
Okay.
Excuse me, Aerie said, but I think it's safe to say that we're all pretty smart here. Not as smart as I am, Dill said smugly. I've been to the Valley of Fear.
Wait.
Yep.
Wait,
yep.
wait,
You
wait.
caught it. You caught it. You caught it.
No one comes back alive.
Yeah, no.
Don't worry about it.
Zombie Fox.
Zombie Fox.
Yeah, so Atlanta said nobody comes back from the Valley of Fear alive, but apparently Dill is still alive.
Your boy, who wins? An ancient prophecy or your boy Dill?
Yeah, I know, right? So Dill says, I'm smart because I can show you the way after we get there. And because I got out alive, which is more than I can say for some. Her gold eyes darkened. She was in the grip of some unpleasant memory. She shook herself briskly, and Aerie noticed for the first time a thin red scar around Dill's neck.
Dill suddenly slipped into her war flashbacks.
Yes.
You weren't there. I was there, princess. 3,000 years ago.
We need to take apart the message and figure out what it means, Dill said. His Majesty, the Sun Chaser, is the brave one, and you, your Royal Highness, are the one whose past is new, because you don't have all your memory yet. Now, as far as loyal goes, well, that could be any of us here. We're all loyal to the crown, and the young one, she frowned. I don't like the idea of a youngster with us. I don't even know which youngster it would be. I'm sure that the old mare would not send a cub into danger without good reason.
The old mare's just like, no, throw that child into the grinder. It'll be funny.
The old mare. What is your wisdom? Fuck them kids.
Old mare, what is your wisdom? Child soldiers.
Ozpin, write that down. Write that down.
It will not be a cub, Chase said. It will be a human. She prophesied 2 humans. And as for loyalty, there is one other who is loyal to the princess unto death, besides myself. But he is not with us. Do you mean Lincoln? Aerie asked. She so wanted to see her collie again. Of course, and the young human. Oh, Chase, Lori will absolutely not go. She will think we're out of our minds.
You are.
Absolutely. There's not a lick of sense in any of these conversations.
No.
Also, was that the end of the chapter?
Yes.
What the fuck is these chapter cutoffs?
It's
I know.
horrifying, actually.
Yeah.
It's like there's not like even a conclusion going on here. You're almost as bad as Lily. Almost.
I think that's supposed to be like if on a TV show you have like they'll think that we're out of our minds and then it cuts to the next scene. You're out of your mind.
Yeah, but that's not how books work. Oh,
Yeah.
Wasn't that was it?
Yeah.
Was it Julie that person you watched? Didn't she say that a lot of people that she reads the books of? Who's the booktuber you watch that talked about
Julian Greystoke.
Julian Greystoke.
Julian Greystoke?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
She's my editor.
Yay!
Yeah, she's the one that commented that a lot of people try to write their books like it's a TV show.
Yeah.
Yes. Yep. That it is.
Shame that.
Yeah. I can imagine like being nice to Mary here that she probably might have written it like a TV show because she's like, well, kids watch a lot of TV. Maybe they'll accept books more if it's more like a TV show.
And honestly, if this is just a general writing style, like you can critique it, but you can't exactly blame her for it.
Yeah.
Because there are a lot more famous writers out there that fall victim to this sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, I always try and write something similar, but I usually use like I'm mindful that it's a different medium and that like I'm conveying information in certain ways. I try to pace it like a TV show, but I don't structure the actual words like it's a TV show, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, that was the same with me too with my Digimon fanfic. I tried to write each chapter like it was an episode of the TV show. And someone had, I think it was it you, IKnowNothing, that said that pointed that out, or was that somebody else? It might have
Um,
been somebody else.
I don't remember ever reading your Digimon fanfic, so it might have
Okay,
been
so it was
probably someone else.
yeah, it was someone else then.
It could have been me.
Someone else had pointed that out. It could have also been you that said that. I think they meant it as kind of like a flaw of my fanfic, but like I was actively trying to do that.
Yeah, it's because that's the thing. Like, it can come across of like, oh, this is a flaw sort of thing, or it's 100% a style choice.
Like this is an abrupt end to a chapter as opposed to something that feels natural, and that's why it's a problem. Like making
if there was like a paragraph break, you know how there's like breaks between paragraphs of like scene changes and such.
Yeah, like, I would be like, it's not a good stinger of a line to end out on. It's like, oh, she'll think we're out of our minds. It's like, that's not like, I don't know how to describe it. That's just like, it's not, it hasn't had the punch to it. It's like, of course she's going to think we're out of her mind. It's not like oh, we've been doing this entire chapter. We've been trying to go towards this bridge. And at the very end, we get to it. And we find the bridge destroyed. And just the last line of the chapter is a character like slumping and like, well, shit. And then you cut to it.
It doesn't have and for like the harsh cutoff or that sort of style.
It's not a punctuation. It's just a thing.
It's not something as like, how bad can it be? Literally next chapter, nobody's saying anything. They're just looking out at the scene, and it is just that bad.
Well, I was gonna say, how bad could it be? Next chapter starts. It was awful.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. So, like I said, chapter 7 starts with, "You're out of your mind," Lori yelled. Go with you to the Valley of Fear place? Are you crazy?"
Perfectly reasonable, by the way.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like, you could have structured that so much better.
Yeah. So they're expositing that they're back in the Balinor village in the inn, and Link is there, and he has a shaved patch on his forehead where he'd been wounded.
Oh no, he has a fade.
If it makes it work, it's fine.
It's Deku.
The trip to Balinor village had taken Chase and Aerie less than a day at a canter. Let's see. Lori wasn't particularly happy to see them again, and was really unhappy when Aerie told her of the old mayor's prophecy, that they had to pack up and leave for the Valley of Fear, right now.
That wasn't in the prophecy. That was Atlanta. That's different.
Yeah.
Like, the prophecy just said this is what's going to happen. There was no time frame here.
Yeah.
In fact, there is nothing indicating we have a time frame. We can kind of be leisurely with this, other than that, Balinor's at danger. But I don't know. It doesn't seem like the villains are really doing much other than sending snakes and birds against people.
Yeah. Like, the only thing that's on a time limit is technically the Celestial Valley herd is going to go give the shifter a chase, and that's going to start when she gets to Sixton.
So the timetable is entirely in her hands.
Literally, the quest doesn't begin until you arrive at the objective marker.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
So Dr. Bones says, "If it was the old mayor, and oh, I'd wish I'd seen her myself. You don't have a choice. You're right. You have to leave, and leave right away. Samlet will drive. Toby will take you in the cart to the shore of the Sixth Sea, and from there you can get the ship to take you to Demon View, gateway to the Valley of Fear. I'll help you pack."
Dr. Bones is the old mayor. I'm predicting that because I'm like, wait a minute. The way she reacted to the old mayor earlier was a stiffen up. She didn't know that was even mentioned, so she had to. How did she know all these things that she wasn't there for? it only adds up. And like now she's like, oh, I wish I had been there to see her myself. Why are you highlighting that? Why are you highlighting
Yeah.
that? It's like I'm
Yeah.
immediately also it's like, oh, you'll be accompanied by the smart one. I don't think it's gonna be the fucking fox. It's the smart one is Dr. Bones, or it could be the old mare. Well, it only makes sense if they are one and the same. So there's my logic. We'll see if I'm disappointed. Anyway.
So Aerie is trying to convince Lori to go with them. If we go with 5, it doesn't fulfill the prophecy. 6 of us must go. I told you there's a total of 5 who have agreed to go. You're the 6th. Tough. Lori kicked at the wooden bench in the front of the fireplace. Who cares? You want to go roaming around in a place like this Valley of Fear? You go right ahead, but count me out. She gave the bench a final kick.
Count the out.
Sorry, was that me that you were making fun of?
No.
No.
I'm referencing Lion King 20 whatever the remake with
They said county out.
Yeah. Oh, well, who was that late night host that did Zazu?
John Oliver.
John Oliver. They didn't really teach him how to sing his lines. He just had him
speak.
He did a weird sing speak hybrid that doesn't really function, and he slurred that delivery. They just didn't bother re-recording it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. I just was suddenly filled with a lot of saliva, so I might have I might have slurred. And I was like, "Oh, was that me?"
No,
Was
you're
that
good.
why-
That is a description. I was suddenly filled with a lot of saliva. Someone quote that in the tundra.
Oh my god. Give me 2 seconds.
She gave the bench a final kick, whirled around, and slammed out the door.
Reasonable. Oh, that was the chapter?
Yeah.
Yep.
How long is this chapter?
Also short.
Okay, because I was gonna say we're about at the cutoff here.
Yeah, that's why I have highlighted the whole thing, because it's like it's really just this short.
Jesus Christ.
Yep. Atalanta lifted her head from the scene in the watching pool, a thoughtful expression clouding her violet eyes. At her forefeet, the clear waters of the pool swirled briefly, and the image of the princess, the collie, and Elaine Bones faded into the depths. Beside her, Tobiano sniffed disapprovingly. I knew Lori wouldn't go, he said with a glum satisfaction. Now we are in trouble. Perhaps. Then Atalanta quoted softly. 3 of 6 shall not return. What do you think? Oop. Sorry, my water bottle fell over.
Oh, don't do that.
What do you think?
No, you
the
only
old
use
man
that when
meant
it's dark
by
and
that?
hopeless.
Toby shook his head. We have questions, Atalanta said to herself. Questions with answers as hidden as the sun during storms. There is the shifter himself, Tobiano. He knows that the 6 will come, but he doesn't know when. And he can only guess at who the 6 will be. Then there is that dog, Lincoln. Who gave that collie the ruby jewel to take to Ariana at the Glacier River farm, Toby? I have not yet found an answer to that. The dog bothers me. If you don't know, Toby said with perfect truth, who would? The old mare. Some of this is part of the deep magic. Perhaps the dog is part of the deep magic. Perhaps not. Pretty amazing, Toby said, that the old mare showed up like that. If she hadn't intervened, we would have had a whole army of animals storming the Valley of Fear. And no one's anywhere near ready to fight. Not so amazing, Atalanta said with a slight smile. Toby, you behaved with great courage down below in Balinor. You were quite heroic.
Atalanta. Don't do this, Atalanta.
Atalanta, don't you fucking do it.
I just got here. I'm on vacation.
He's only back so that he doesn't lose his immortality. He's gonna go straight back down there.
Oh my god, it fucking just is Valinor. Ugh.
Yeah, it is. Well, okay, no, it is not Valinor. It's the place that the Amazon writers call Valinor.
Yeah.
Yeah. The stout little unicorn puffed out his chest. The celestial unicorns were at risk in the world of humans, vulnerable to hurt, to illness, and worst of all, to death. Celestials who spent too much time below in Balinor could lose the unicorn's most precious gift, immortality. But Toby had bravely agreed when Atalanta had asked him to accompany the princess and the sun chaser, despite the risk to himself. May I send you back to Balinor just one more time? Toby didn't hesitate, a testament to his courage. To go into the Valley of Fear? To be one of the 6? Yes, Dreamspeaker. No, not to the Valley of Fear. Ariana is right. Lori must go with them to the Valley of Fear, and no one else. I want you to go below to help Princess Ariana get to the 6th Sea, and you must be alert to danger. What kind of danger? He asked suspiciously. Atalanta gazed at him. The black and white unicorn was the rudest herdmate they had ever had, but Atalanta was convinced he had the bravest, most loyal heart of them all. Danger of the worst kind.
Atalanta, please still elaborate.
Elaborate.
I did not. I fucking Atlanta. You always do this. I ask you a reasonable question, and then you just talk in such vague fucking terms, or don't even acknowledge that I asked the question in the first place. Be specific. Am I going up against like a fucking kraken? What are we doing?
Yeah,
Also, Toby's dead. Also, Toby is totally fucking Gandalf in this.
At least we get more Toby.
Yeah, he's
More
fine.
Toby is better. Look, he's a breath of fresh air in a sea of mediocrity. And
He's a character.
Yes.
That's all you have to say. He is a character.
Yes.
God, and also I had to ask, what is it? So does your immortality like rebound to you instantly when you step back foot into Balinor, or is it like a sunburn where like if you stay out in the sun too long, you get burned, but then you go rest under the sun, you can let your skin rest a little bit. Like,
Under the shade, you mean?
yeah, under the shade.
Yeah.
Like how does that work? Can we get some elaboration on that? I guess not.
No.
I would assume that it's probably something like you have it as long as you stay in this certain place, but as soon as you leave, time is ticking.
It drains like a battery.
Yeah, it drains like a battery. You gotta go back up there. But if it drains forever, if it drains down to 0, then you've lost it forever. You can't recharge it.
So wait, does it get a full recharge when you enter Balinor again, or wherever the valley is?
The Celestial Valley.
The Celestial
Valley.
Does it instantly recharge, or does it recharge gradually, and he has to spend longer periods of time there for longer periods out in Balinor? Like that's what I'm wondering.
Does it work better? Explained. Does it work better if he has like a better lightning charger?
Just like, oh, I really hate plugging this thing in. Oh!
He said that he's technically at less risk because he doesn't have much magic to begin with.
I feel like that should be the opposite. Like he has less to protect him then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those it's standard fantasy of like you can sort of buy like if someone has less of this, you can sort of like make some wiggle room, but this in particular it just seems too opposite. Like
yeah.
If a Merlin type walked around and like you can bet that they have a lot of magic to keep them going because well it's Merlin sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But
whereas it requires you to stand on this little tablet, but for a small, it takes about 5 to 6 hours for it to work.
Ah shit.
Fucking they're surface charged. Damn.
Damn it.
Okay, well, so far this book is awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you see now why I struggled to read this book this week?
I'm surprised. Like the most interesting part was the fight sequence with the snake, and even that I had like a huge like conceptual problem with. You just have him crouch down.
Yeah.
It's a snake, and you're a horse. It's at your neck. Like she should already be able to reach up to your fucking neck, but like unless you're okay, hot take. Maybe this entire time we've been getting the description wrong, and Sun Chaser is a fucking giraffe.
Honestly,
Doesn't have
I'll
any
take that.
spots.
I think the problem is that he kept rearing up, so she couldn't reach him.
Which is what a horse would do if it's like scared and trapped, sort of thing. So
Yeah.
like it's somewhat plausible.
Yeah. So he was panicking, and probably wouldn't listen to her, so she had to climb the tree.
Also,
Nice.
she is a 13-year-old girl, so
Yeah.
probably not the tallest general overall.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah. So yeah, compared to the other two books, what do you think of this book so far?
Not as good as the second book. Better than the
No.
first.
Oh, really?
I would honestly
Hmm.
disagree.
Wait, it's been a while. I'm trying to think of the first. I actually maybe on par with the first. I don't know if it would be better
Well,
than the first.
The thing that the first has that this book doesn't is that honestly there's less exposition and less recapping to just like slog through. It was a slog, don't get me
True.
wrong, but overall there was
I should clarify. I find it more enjoyable because more and more it's fucking up everything.
that
And I
makes
find
sense.
that entertaining in itself. But like from an actual structural perspective, I've just written off this entire series as a whole at this point. So I mean,
That is
I-
the correct response, don't worry.
yeah, I'm not trying to rank these on a quality basis quite yet, but like I guess so far this is the worst one. In terms of that kind of stuff, I mean, number 2 is honestly they've been a decline in quality. In terms of just like their writing has constantly contradicted itself as it goes along. So
Yeah.
they only get worse with time. I don't think I don't know at what point we're going to see a break in things.
Well, I we'll see. I did say that the book after this one was technically my favorite and what I considered to be the best in the series.
Oh yeah,
I can-
I
Which
know
means
that.
after that,
I can agree to that as well.
yeah.
It's my personal favorite of the set.
Mhm.
We'll see then. We'll see then. It's something to look forward to. But for now, I think we're gonna wind things down. Thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you had a fun time with us. I know it's a little less energy here, and we're down one of our co-hosts, which
Yeah.
it kind of always brings a little bit less energy overall as a result. But you know what? He'll be back next week almost assuredly. I hope.
Mhm.
Knock on wood. And we'll be able to round out this book, and hopefully there's a lot more funny stuff that happens.
Yeah.
Oh my god, just became a fucking Simpsons character over there.
Correct.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you all so much for watching. Friendly reminders that every Friday night at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, you've got Bad Fan Fiction Night, where I and Twy host reading bad fan fiction. We're nearing the very end of Sith Resurgence by Lily Orchard, which, that's always a
Yes.
fun time, torturing our goddamn souls with that. Do you guys have any videos or things to announce?
Nope.
Oh,
I'm mostly busy trying to write for Cadence of Magic right now.
I am done with my first draft of my first YouTube video, and I'm putting it through another ringer.
Good. Looking forward to that.
Nice.
Please don't.
I'm hard at work on my Fixing Ruby scripts and my hero scripts, but I'm also doing, of course, the Arcane reactions, which will be coming out this week, next week, and the following week. Of course, covering the entire series. We'll finally round out. That's super exciting. Me and Fatman have been doing. You can watch the first 3 reactions right now on my Patreon for $1 or more, which again, very exciting. And we should sometime this week have the next Bad Fan Fiction Theater coming out, which was edited by Zelkami.
Yeah.
Which it's hilarious. There's some really good stuff in there. I cannot wait for you guys to see it. But I'll have to get that all set up for release this week. And I think that's really it.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
To satisfy my editor, A Caliburn Chronicle is available for ebook and physical copy on Amazon. Just type it in, MJ Reese. Give it a look if you like fantasy, Arthuriana, and all that good stuff.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm contractually obligated to do that at this point. I'm unironically under gunpoint from that man. My editor is really pissed that I'm not that good at marketing.
Oh, no. You say as you are literally a floating copy of your own book.
I know, but I have you to thank for that.
All right. Well, thank you all so much for joining us. I hope you had a good time, and we'll see you next week at 6 p.m. when we continue this descent into madness that is Balinor.
Yes.
Indeed.
Catch you all on the flip side.